I returned to the boiler room along with Aunt Natsuhi and told everyone weakly that we hadn't found anything. We heard that Dr. Nanjo and George Aniki had carried Kanon to the servant room. The servant room had a first aid kit and a sink, and could apparently function as a nurse's office. Kumasawa and Jessica had accompanied them. Stains from Kanon's blood remained on the floor. Judging by the large amount of blood lost and the ruthless shape of the weapon that had fallen carelessly to the ground, I figured that Dr. Nanjo's treatment would probably end in vain. That weapon was doubtlessly the same type that had been stuck in Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi's foreheads. But wait, isn't the demonic design on the handle a little different? There seemed to be some small differences in that part. Still, as far as their overall shape was concerned, the weapons were all of the same type. Though it had seemed brutal, we'd left the weapon stuck into Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi to preserve the crime scene. So this was the first time we were able to have a perfect view of the entire weapon. As we had expected, the weapon was not bladed like a knife, but shaped like an ice pick. Or rather, a thin stake. And it had a spiral-shaped pattern, sort of like a drill. It looked like something that might be driven into the hearts of human sacrifices in some demonic ritual. Okay. Including the handle, it was 25 centimeters long. That's like 10 inches. Half of that was the stake-shaped part, which was stained with deep red blood. The length of the blood-stained part made it clear just how deeply it must have penetrated into Kanon's chest. But Aunt Natsuhi and the rest didn't even look at the weapon, and instead stood in front of the incinerator, where the horrible stench was emanating from. Right. They must have dragged it out. Dragged out that thing, which had been burning in the furnace. It was still smoldering, and it kept sending out dense waves of that awfully unpleasant smell. Genji and Maria stared down at it. Aunt Natsuhi probably couldn't stand to look directly at it. She kept shaking her head, her back to it. I thought nothing could surprise me after everything that's happened. But this is... Oh no, is it who I think it is? Ugh. I stood there for a while moaning with a rising urge to vomit. The true source of that unearthly stench was a scorched corpse that had been cooking inside the incinerator. The clothes, the surface of the body, and the hair were all hideously burned. That grotesque corpse was in a state where not the face, nor the age, nor even the gender could be guessed at. But when I thought about it calmly, I realized that a corpse appearing at this time could only be one person. It was Grandfather, who had disappeared that morning, and whose whereabouts had been unknown.
おそらく親方様だと思います。
Now, I don't remember if we looked at this, but very quickly. So, this hasn't been updated, so this doesn't show it. And I believe here we have these two. Yep. So just in case I didn't read it last time, I don't remember. But Ushiromiya Eva found on the bed of a guest room inside the mansion, with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of her forehead. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi found in the bathroom of the same guest room that Eva was found in. Like Eva, there was a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. You can't see either of them by looking through the gap of the door while the chain is set. You can't see them, so you can't reach them. How could a human possibly kill them? So we know that that's Maria reading this out. Or probably keeping tabs on everyone.
私も同感です。 このようなお姿でお亡くなりになるとは。おいたわしや。
でも、この死体、本当にじい様だって保証はあるんすか？
Right. That's what I was thinking. Because as we know, with Ryukishi titles, and I mention this every single time we do a stream like this, he throws a lot of red herrings out at you. Like a ton of them. So could this be grandfather? Sure. But it could also be maybe someone else. I don't know. If we were to check, who else could it possibly be? As far as we know, it like if we use intuition, we're led to believe that it is Kinzo. But for all we know, someone went missing a bit ago. Who knows, right? But again, just try to keep it in the back of your head that it might be Kinzo, or it might be someone else. As for who it really is, I don't know. I'm assuming it's Kinzo. But do remember, he likes to throw a lot of red herrings at you. This happens a lot. This happened a lot in Higurashi, especially in the first chapter, where you thought about who could have done this, who could have done that, and then it makes you think, oh, well, was it this character? Was it this other character? And then it turns out it was something completely different. So just keep that in the back of your head.
こうも黒焦げじゃ、性別さえも想像つかないってのに。
バトラ君、足をご覧なさい。
And Natsuki, with her handkerchief over her mouth and her eyes averted, pointed and told me to look at the burnt corpse's feet. Huh?
両足の指が6本あるのがお分かりになりませんか？
Oh no. Is this a telling factor?
本当だ。
Just as Genji had said, there were 6 toes on each foot. Each individual one had looked so normal in its line that I hadn't noticed.
親方様はお生まれの時から両足の指がそれぞれ6本でした。
Yubi.
そして故に親方様は後ろ宮家の再興を託されたのです。
後ろ宮家には昔から生まれつき多子症の方が多かったそうです。多分遺伝的なものでしょう。
Yeah. So, normally, there's 2 ways in which you can have more than like 5 fingers on either your hands or feet. The most common reason is like incest, where your genes get fucked up. The other case is like a recessive gene that just so happens to give you that extra finger. Now, this might sound weird, but apparently it is pretty common for people to be born with 6 fingers, either on their hands or their feet. But what ends up happening is when they're young, like when they're born, they just chop them off. Like they ask the parents, hey, do you want your kid to have 6 fingers or not? Like, let's say you have a kid, like a baby, and it has 6 fingers on both hands. The doctor will ask you, do you want the kid to have 6 fingers or not? And most parents will say no. They want 5 fingers because usually when they think about it, the doctor will be like, they'll probably be made fun of a lot in school. But apparently, it is pretty common for humans to be born with 6 fingers, especially in our current age, which is quite interesting. Because just imagine if doctors didn't suggest that, and they're just like, oh, by the way, your child was born with 6 fingers, or well, with 12, I guess, on both hands, and then we just have more and more people being born with 6 fingers overall. Like if you just look at your hands, like imagine if you're holding an apple, right? Like with your fingers, imagine an extra one somewhere in there. Freaky, huh? But yeah, when they chop the finger off, the extra finger, the hand just goes back to looking like quote-unquote normal, right? Like if you look at your hand right now, if you don't have 6 fingers, if you got 5, it'll look just like your hand looks like now. Eventually the skin will grow over it, and I believe it doesn't leave a scar. It's something along those lines. I don't fucking remember. But anyway. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Yeah, poly is many, and dactyly would be fingers. Because of a little mistake by God when the person is born. Hold on. No. Let me go back in the log. Ah! You done? You done? Oh my god. Jeez. It's like this. Polydactyly literally means many fingers. Because of a little mistake by God when the person is born, one of their toes or fingers splits into two and the total number increases. But a big deal isn't usually made of polydactyly in the world at large. That's because it isn't a disease, just something that people are born with. So while they are still babies, at about the time they turn 1 year old, they can be taken to the hospital and given surgery to make them normal. Right, so here it is. So they're talking literally about what I just mentioned. Even a child with polydactyly can be treated before they become aware, so they might not even remember it themselves. By the way, it seems that there's a possibility for this to occur in 1 out of every 2,000 babies. So even though it's not usually seen, it isn't rare at all. Speaking of which, I think Uncle Hideyoshi mentioned something to me long ago. Something about how even Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the man who unified Japan at the end of the Sengoku period, had 6 fingers on one hand. According to Aunt Natsuhi, among the many Ushidomiya family heads, the ones most praised for their wisdom all had polydactyly. Because of that, when grandfather was born, his relatives were all excited at the thought that he might become another wise leader. And when the leading relatives all died in the Great Kanto earthquake, it was apparently argued that grandfather should be the one to restore the family, because of the auspicious sign of his birth. If grandfather hadn't disliked his position as a head so much, the 6th toe probably would have been lucky for him. Would have been pretty lucky for him. Come to think of it, I've heard about some country where it's believed that people with polydactyly should be treated as gods and revered. I know he says this is beside the point, but it's probably not beside the point. This is beside the point, but it's fairly common in mystery novels for a corpse to be burned to hide its identity. But I guess that in grandfather's case, just toasting him wouldn't be enough. And grandfather's body was not simply burnt. It was just like Aunt Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi, and the thing that had been stabbed in Kanenkun's chest. One of those ice picks was stuck into his forehead.
指に当主の指輪がありません。
昨夜の手紙の通りということですか。お父様、さぞやご無念でしょう。
Natsuhi let her head droop and closed her eyes tightly. Now, before we do continue, I want to double check something. Because here's the thing, we've lost 3 people tonight. On the first Twilight, we lost 6. I said 5 before, I meant 6. So we lost 6 people, right? And then tonight we lost 3. So it's been confirmed that Kinzo is dead. Here you can see his body is just covered in red. Just something. So burned in the incinerator with a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his forehead. The old sorcerer's wish vanished before it could be granted. He always knew that this was one possible result of his risky gamble. So let's go through this one more time. So behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the 2 will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the golden land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the golden land in accordance with these rules. On the first Twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second Twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third Twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. So my original hypothesis for this looks like it has been proven wrong. What I thought was going to happen was on the first twilight, 6 people will die. Second twilight, a husband and wife pair, or my original guess, I believe, was George and Shannon, who are going to be torn apart or separated. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. So by that point, by seeing the 8 people being sacrificed, everyone that remained would have been like, fuck yeah, Beatrice is real. And then on the fourth twilight, kill Grandpa. On the fifth twilight, go down the list of whomever remains in terms of like power within the household, right? So the quote-unquote chest, the stomach, the knee, the leg, and so on. But it looks like that's not happening. Or if this is like Higurashi, not in this timeline. What was the last page? One more time. Yeah, nothing else. Yeah. So I mean, remember, if they can solve this riddle, everyone's gonna come back anyway. But all right, let's go back to this. This room had also become a vital crime scene for us to hand over to the police. It was decided that we would leave Grandfather's corpse here and lock the room, sealing it. It isn't clear when Grandfather's corpse started burning in the incinerator, since, according to Genji, the strength of the flames hadn't been that strong. The body must have started burning a long time ago. So that stench could slowly creep out of the furnace and fill the room bit by bit, eventually pouring out and climbing up the staircase. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, Grandfather had been... What the fuck, Ryukishi? What kind of writing is this? That's really fucking funny. Putting aside whether he was rare or well done, Grandfather had been brought out, killed, and burned, even though he had started out locked away in the closed room created by his autolock. There's probably no doubting this. However, according to Genji, the boiler room is usually locked. The other problem here is, why was he killed? That's the main question. Because again, if we go by just the tips themselves, first twilight, 6 die. Second twilight, 2 die. Third twilight, I assume nothing happens and everyone is just panicking and they're like, shit, Beatrice is real. Fourth twilight, death. Fifth, death. Sixth, death. Seventh, death. Eighth, death. Ninth, she comes back. And everyone dies. So why was Grandpa killed? And when? It's been a little bit, so I'm trying to remember. Grandpa was alive on the morning of the second twilight, and that's when he told Natsuhi, like, hey, you might not be, you know, an Ushiromiya, but like you have the title or the eagle crest in your heart or whatever. And then she left. So he was alive at least this morning, which means he must have been killed this morning and then brought here at some point. But assuming when at Natsuhi, well, I mean, if they probably wouldn't have noticed either way, right? If at Natsuhi or the other servants, when they started searching around the mansion, his body would have been burning since then, but no one would have probably noticed a stench yet, because it's a boiler room. If they even came down here, they probably just opened the door, they saw nothing, and then they just left. They're like, it smells, but, you know, it's a boiler room, it's gonna smell dank. So why would he die? And then Cannon's still alive, so there's a lot of things that are kind of weird so far, but anyway. The possibility that someone outside of our group had snuck in and committed the crime was overwhelmingly high, and there was also a good chance that this person was walking around with something like a master key. After all, the doors and windows throughout the mansion had been checked, but despite that, the culprit was able to strut around the mansion freely. Does this crime confirm that a 19th person exists? there's still that contradiction, since they're trying to tout their existence without ever showing themselves once. Along with Kirie's chessboard theory, I've been using this contradiction to deny the existence of a 19th person. By spinning the chessboard around once more, the very fact that this crime makes it perfectly obvious that a 19th person exists means that the existence of a 19th person is even less plausible. As long as that 19th person doesn't show themselves in front of us. If the culprit could get grandfather out through the door sealed by the receipt, if they could kill Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi from the other side of a door sealed by a chain, then could they possibly go so far as to create a fictional 19th person through strange tricks and devices? If we still want to believe that the culprit is among the 18, then the list of suspects has grown very short. The four of us kids, Aunt Natsuhi, Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanjo. One of these people has to be the culprit. Wait, we can't be sure of that. Just a second ago we started doubting whether the corpse here was actually grandfather's, right? Maybe we can think of the other bodies in the same way. For example, the first 6 all had their faces horribly smashed. Some of the bodies had kept enough of their faces for us to confirm who they were, but that old bastard, for example, had lost his entire face, as though the whole thing had been neatly peeled off. We only figured out which body was which by their clothes and surroundings. Did the culprit prepare a fake body beforehand and alter it to make it look like they died, even though they were actually hiding somewhere after committing the crime? It may sound ridiculous, but it wouldn't be an impossible trick to pull off. It's too early to give in to this 19th person. No, this witch.
Maria ちゃん、それ以上しげしげと見てはなりません。さあ、バトラ君も。カノンの容体も気になりますし、いつまでもこのようなところにはいられません。戻りましょう。
So very quickly, let's think about this a little bit more, just in case. So, again, we've had our 5 deaths in the beginning. 6 deaths, sorry, with Golda, Shannon, Rosa, Rudolph, Kirie, and Klaus. Tonight, Hideyoshi, Eva, and Kinzo. Assuming it was one of the cast, who could have done it, and why? Now, in Higurashi, the wolf was among the sheep the entire time, and it was pretty hard to tell who it was. But technically, and I mean this like very light, well, you can technically figure out the mystery to Higurashi if you just read Onikakshi. By mystery, I mean who the culprit is. There is like 1 or 2 incredibly subtle hints in the first chapter that tell you who did it. You won't figure out what the mystery, or what Oyashiro-sama's curse is, you know, the death of everyone in the village. You won't figure out how that was caused or anything along those lines in that first chapter. But you can figure out who did it and what would maybe do it. By that I mean the mountain dogs. They mentioned, if I recall, the mountain dogs one time, briefly, at some point in the first chapter, and I can't remember when, because we read chapter 1 2 years ago. Which is, man, that was crazy, 2 years ago. Almost 2 years ago. But we knew who did it, or, well, I mean, now we know who did it, and they were hiding in plain sight. So now we have to think about who could have done this if someone did this from the group of people that we have here. Now, you're either in the camp of there is a 19th person, or there isn't a 19th person. So either someone else is on this island, and that other person could be literally anyone else, or it could be Beatrice, right? That's usually who the 19th person would be, either another human or Beatrice. Or you have the possibility of it being someone in the island right now. As in the remaining, how many characters? 3, 6, 8, 9 characters. So it's either going to be Natsuhi, Jessica, George, Battler, Maria, Kumasawa, Cannon, who's been stabbed in the chest, Genji, or Nanjo. So these are currently our options. Now we know it's not Kanon, because he wouldn't stab himself in the chest. And we also, through dramatic irony, were able to see that he was the one who, sorry, that he confronted the villain, quote unquote, whomever this 19th person was. So we as readers know that there is someone else doing this, whether or not they are a 19th person, or it's one of these, one of the servants or one of the family members, is something else. Now, currently in this room, I believe it was just Aunt Natsuhi, Genji, Nanjo. I don't remember if Nanjo was in here. Kanon. Oh, actually, well, Kanon and Dr. Nanjo. They took, Kanon out. Kumasawa was like running out of breath. Maria, Battler are in here, and I don't remember if George or Jessica are in here along with Aunt Natsuhi. But out of all these characters, who could have done it? Now, I do propose that there is maybe a quote-unquote third theory, where it's that both theories 1 and 2 are correct, meaning that there is a 19th person, and that someone in the family is committing these murders. Now, it could be that assuming Beatrice is real, assuming that Beatrice exists, it could be that Beatrice is possessing the family members, and they are committing the murders in some way, shape, or form. I want to double check one quick thing. Just to see if I can find it. Okay, it's just this, right? Okay. So if we look at this, if you would have played this game back in the day, this is like really shitty quality, but if you would have played this game back in the day, this would have been the cover of the first game. The one that we're playing right now. It's just this. I don't remember if I showed it off, but Billy had showed me his copy because he owns it physically as well. It's just this. So we just have Battler, Maria, George, and Jessica on here, and that's it. If you would have gone to to Comic Hit back in 2007, you would have gone to the 07th booth, and they would have had this, and that's it. There's nothing else on this cover. I think the back maybe had something else, like probably 1 or 2 of the other characters, along with the description. I don't remember. It's been a while. I'd ask Billy, but I think he's busy right now. But anyway, this is what you would see. So you don't really get a subtle hint, and you don't even know if Beatrice is real. Now, this isn't much of a spoiler, I guess, but there is a sprite of Beatrice. Right? Kind of like this. Like one of these portraits, right? Like a sprite of Beatrice exists. Whether or not it's used to just depict her, right? Like if someone's talking about her, or whether or not she's real, we don't know. Because this has happened before. Like for example, we didn't know that Hanyu existed. right? But we knew Yashiro-sama existed. So for all we know, Beatrice is just a stand-in for someone else, right? For all we know, Beatrice is just an alias, or it's a name attributed to an individual, because we don't know their true name or something. I talked about it before. I've talked about it how in magic, or in the world of the occult, knowing someone's real name is very important, because it's how you would hex them or kill them or use a spell that targets them directly, right? That's if you know their true name. But anyway, that is my other theory, where it could be someone, one of them, possibly, could be possessed. Of some, in some way, that is another plausibility. Perhaps. Perhaps. So let's just continue with this.
Oh.
Maria didn't go out with everyone else, but remained in the boiler room. The thing she was staring so fixedly at probably wasn't grandfather's body, but the ice pick sticking out of his forehead. It was probably the sort of item that enthusiasts couldn't bear to ignore. I tapped her on the forehead, or on the head.
おい、マリア。ベアトリーチェの目的は何なんだ？俺たち全員の命か？
ベアトリーチェはもうすぐ蘇るんだよ。その時、誰も生き残れはしない。
よくも笑えるもんだぜ。自分だけ蚊帳の外だと思ってるのか？どうして自分の身に危機が迫っていると感じない？どうして怯えない？
ベアトリーチェは約束してくれたもん。マリアは黄金郷へ連れて行ってもらえるんだよ。そこはね、しがらみも何もない、すべての人たちがずっと一緒に、いつまでも優しくし合っていける素敵な場所なんだよ。マリアは楽しみだよ。その時はもうすぐだもん。
So yeah, I was gonna mention this as well, but my candidate for who's being possessed would be probably Maria, or that maybe her body is being used as a sort of conduit or a sort of a pylon or something to bridge like the world where Beatrice is in our world. You know, she's being used to maybe divert the magical energies, or for all we know, she's performing these rituals or she's performing some sort of magic when no one else is looking. Because remember, anytime all the characters are doing something, Maria is off in her own little world watching TV. So far, that's all she's been doing. But for all we know, she's like astral projecting or some shit. I don't fucking know. I don't know at all. I'm guessing a lot. But there's a good chance that she is responsible for a lot of this, especially because of what she just said. Where she said that Beatrice promised her that she would take her to the Golden Land. Now, Beatrice is not lying, more than likely. If the Golden Land is wherever people go when they die, it's whatever little pocket dimension Beatrice exists in, or it's just Beatrice being like, yeah, you're gonna die. But everyone's together, right? Because you all die at the same time or fucking whatever. Anyway. Just what kind of person is Maria? I only know what Maria was like 6 years ago, when she was 3. She was once pure and obedient, a good kid. This new Maria 6 years later, and the Maria I knew, don't seem to fit together. Just who is she? This witch who calls herself Maria. To Maria, who obstinately believes in the witch, the series of unsolvable crimes are proof that the witch actually exists. Every time something occurs that would be difficult for a human, it becomes a little harder for the rest of us to not believe in Beatrice. It must be an intense pleasure for Maria to see her relatives, who once firmly denied the witch's existence, start acknowledging that witch's existence one by one. Is that why she's in high spirits?
マリア、もう一遍だけ聞く。どうせ答えは同じだろうが、もう一遍だけ聞く。お前は昨日、マラテイエンで手紙をもらった。そいつは誰なんだ？
だからベアトリーチェ。バトラがまだ信じない。
Maria only repeated what she had already said. Maria met with a 19th person, the witch. Was that really a 19th person? Or did one of the 18 just get her to say that? All that's certain is that Maria has been with the rest of us constantly, has always had an alibi, and hasn't done anything suspicious. She's simply overjoyed at being made Beatrice's messenger, and certainly isn't the 19th person. Allegedly. That's right. I wonder what's written in the letter we picked up from Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi's room. Aunt Natsuki should still have it with her. Now, do you remember a bit ago, I mentioned, what if Maria is the messenger? What if Maria is the 19th person and perhaps is doing shit that we can't see? And that's why all these deaths are happening. Well, that is a plausibility. Now that it's been acknowledged, you now have to doubt what I just fucking said. Because Ryukishi likes to do this a lot. Anytime you think it's great. Again, this is why I love his writing. He makes you think of something going in a specific direction, and then he offers you a fork in the road. And it could be the left side or it could be the right side. But then you look a little bit closer at the road and you notice that there's a third path down the middle. It's just been covered by rocks and leaves and branches. But then you clear that path, and then you're like, oh, there is a third path here. I could go down that path. And the moment you start walking through that path a little bit, you start seeing like a dead end at the very end. You know, a few meters away. So, Ryukishi loves to do that, where he's like, he'll show you something, and it makes you think of all these possible things, and then you think, wait, what if it's none of that, and what if it's instead this? And like 10 minutes later, he addresses that thing that you're probably thinking of, and now you're doubting yourself again. And that's the end of the chapter. Oh boy, that clock is huge. I don't know if that's a glitch or not. But it is now, what, 8 o'clock? Yeah. In the end, Kanon did not regain consciousness. Even though Dr. Nanjo and the rest did all they could to heal him, of course, there was very little that could be done on an island like this without medicine or proper facilities. However, Kanon was the only human ever to confront the culprit. If only he could give us some kind of clue. However, at the time they carried Kanon away, it was already too late.
申し訳ありません。あのような重傷を設備のないところではどうしようも。
いえ、無理もないことです。最善を尽くしてくださり、ありがとうございました。
Dr. Nanjo's shirt had been sprayed by a violent spurt of blood, so it was easy to imagine the devotion with which he had tried to save Kanon's life, up until the last second. Jessica was crouched in the corridor, crying softly. She had probably been taking care of Kanon until the moment of his death. George tried to approach her with words of comfort, but when Jessica pushed him away, he stopped trying to force her to talk and left her alone.
私がカノンさんを一人で行かせなければ。
気に病むことはない。仮に一緒だったら熊沢も襲われていたかもしれん。それに愚かにも先走ったゆえの自業自得だ。
Right, and remember when it happened, and Kanon's body was discovered, Kumasawa was like shocked, but also happy. Shocked because, well, Kanon just got killed, or well, seriously wounded, but happy that she didn't follow him and possibly ended up in the same position as him.
そんな言い方ってねえぜ。カノン君は犯人の姿を見つけて勇敢に立ち向かったんだ。熊沢さんも一緒だったら犯人は躊躇して逃げることを選んだかもしれない。
Emotion-filled words that I never thought I'd hear coming from Jessica's mouth tumbled out. Kumasawa, looking truly sorry, could do nothing but hang her head.
ジェシカ、今は言葉をかけるべきじゃない。僕だって、そしてバトラ君もだろう。もう何が何だかわからなくて心が張り裂けそうだよ。
There were tears in George's eyes again. Seeing Jessica break down crying probably brought back the pain of losing his parents. I'd done my crying all at once, so I didn't feel like crying anymore. However, I understood how great the pain in their hearts was.
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカ。カノンにだってまたすぐ会えるよ。
God.
よしてくれよ。そういう慰めはいらねえぜ。
ベアトリーチェは死者も失った愛すらも蘇らせる。だからきっとすぐに会えるよ。そしてきっとみんなで穏やかに過ごせるから。
カノン君を殺したのがマリアに昨日手紙を渡したっていうベアトリーチェなのか。そいつはどこにいるんだよ。どこに隠れてるんだよ。私が見つけて引き裂いてやる。言えよ。知ってるんだろ、犯人の正体を。お前は何を知っていて何を隠してるんだ。話しやがれ。
お嬢様、おやめください。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Let me check one quick thing.
お嬢様。
ベアトリーチェはいる。
So here they don't say Beatrice exists in quotes. Why? Why did they add that to the translation? Like, she's saying that Beatrice is here, like, you know, on the island. Unless unless it's just implied that here, like Beatrice is here, is in, you know, like her presence is here, but not her body, like we learned in the past.
お嬢様。
畜生、源氏さん話せよ。マリアが犯人を知ってる。しかもそいつは知ってて隠してるんだ。そして俺たちの内情を伝えて殺しの手引きをしてるに違いないんだぜ。
ジェシカ、静かにしなさい。
Jessica grabbed at Maria. Genji tried to stop her, but Jessica could not be calmed. The next thing I heard was the sound of Aunt Natsuhi slapping Jessica's face. After that, only Jessica's sorrowful, sobbing voice resounded throughout the hall.
マリアちゃん、僕はいつも僕たちと一緒にいたし、犯人なんかと通じている時間はなかった。だから、聞かせてほしい。
Who gave you that letter?
君に昨日、手紙を渡したベアトリーチェとは、誰なんだい？
Although those words seemed kind, they clearly showed that George still had some remaining doubts about Maria. He didn't actually grab at her. However, he felt exactly the same way Jessica did.
兄貴、同じことは俺もさっき聞いたぜ。返事は同じさ。
マリアちゃんの口から聞きたい。ベアトリーチェとは誰なんだい？
Now this background is a little different. It's completely black and white. Almost. There's still a little bit of yellowing and green that we can see near the bottom, but this doesn't normally happen unless Ryukishi's trying to get us to understand something. Like, this usually happens whenever there's a change in scene, or like if a character's mind snaps or something. You know, it goes from like looking normal to this. So,
言ってもどうせ信じない。
それはどういう意味だい？ひょっとして僕らのよく知る人物が犯人で、君は何かの事情からそれをかばうために黙っているというのかい？君はあの手紙を誰にもらったんだい？
ベアトリーチェにもらったんだよ。何度だって言う。手紙はベアトリーチェにもらった。ジョージお兄ちゃんがベアトリーチェを信じないのは殴れる相手じゃないから？ジョージお兄ちゃんはやるせない気持ちを暴力に変えて誰かにぶつけたいと思っている。だから殴れる相手が人間じゃなきゃ収まりがつかない。だからそんなジョージお兄ちゃんには真実を話しても受け入れ。だから言っても無駄。信じない。でもマリアは何度も言うよ。真実だから言うよ。ベアトリーチェはね、いるの。黄金鏡の扉はもうすぐ開かれるよ。マリアはそこに行くの。ベアトリーチェが約束してくれたの。その世界ではママも優しくてパパも一緒で優しいの。マリアは早くそこへ行きたいの。みんなはベアトリーチェのことを恐れている。そしてそれは無理もないことだけど、なら安心して。ベアトリーチェは言ってたよ。台風が去るまでに全てを終わらせるからって。あ、痛い。
By the time the typhoon has passed, I'll have ended everything, she said. One other quick thing to note, in the back of your mind, anytime she mentions Beatrice exists, quote unquote, try to also think about it as Beatrice is here. Because that kind of changes things a tiny bit. Hmm.
饒舌なマリアも嫌いじゃねえが、とりあえずはそのくらいにしとけ。 魔女はいるいる言ってたお前にとって、さぞや現状は愉快だろうが、とりあえずそいつはお前だけで噛み締めとけ。他人にまで押し付けるんじゃねえ。
おお。
こいつ前から気持ち悪いやつだとは思ってたけど、おかしいぜ。どっかおかしいぜ。
What a sentence. She did say koitsu, like, it's a negative way to refer to someone in Japanese. You know, you could follow it up with an insult, like koitsu yaro, right? Like that motherfucker, right? But here she's like koitsu, and then she said, instead of this girl, she said Maria. So like, oh man, it's like she said Maria with venom in her mouth.
バトラは思わねえのかよ。ケンジさんは、熊沢さんは、母さんはどうだよ。マリアは犯人の正体を知ってて隠してる。確かに直接手を下してるわけじゃないかもしれない。でも間違いなく犯人の一味だぜ。そうさ、スパイさ。私たちと一緒になんかいさせられないぜ。
マリアちゃん、不謹慎な話を慎むべき時もあることを知りなさい。これ以上混乱に油を注ぐような真似が過ぎれば。
Natsuhi glared at Maria with frightening eyes. Maria was used to Aunt Rosa's loud style of scolding, but she apparently hadn't built up a resistance to Aunt Natsuhi's quiet sort of scolding. She shrugged and kept her mouth shut. A desolate feeling filled the room. It felt as though things would just get more complicated if anyone spoke. How many people have already died? 6 people in Dad's group. After that, both Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi, Kanun, and grandfather. There were a whole 18 people on this island, supposedly, and 10 of those people had been killed. That's more than half of us, and right now, there's absolutely no proof that the remaining 8 people will be safe.
とにかく今は仲違いをしている時ではありません。
I want to double check one other quick thing. Specifically regarding what Maria Maria said a bit ago. If we go back just a tiny bit. This. So even if I tell you the truth, you won't accept it. So it's pointless for me to tell you. You won't believe me. But I'll keep on saying it because it's true. Beatrice is here. The door to the Golden Land will soon be opened. Now, by... even if I tell you, you won't accept it. You won't believe. This either means... she's referring to Beatrice is real, or a bit. I can't go further back than this, but a bit ago before this, she said, "Even if I tell you like who it really is, you won't believe me." She's either referring to Beatrice or someone else who approached her as Beatrice. So that's something, again, to keep in the back of your head, or in the back of your mind.
犯人が神出鬼没に屋敷内を出入りしていることが間違いなくなった今、私たちは明日まで身を守ることだけに専念しなくてはなりません。
夏日おばさんに極めて同感だぜ。犯人探しは今夜ゆっくりできるさ。今はどこで籠城するかを考えた方がいい。
As I said this, I pointed out the clock to everyone. It was already 8 at night. We had been receiving shocks over and over since the early morning, and our bodies and minds were both completely tired out. There's still a long time until tomorrow. We need to find some place to barricade ourselves in so we could rest our bodies and even get the smallest amount of relief.
私も同感ですな。私も含め、もうみんな体も心も限界まで打ちのめされています。今からそれを考えた方が賢明でしょうな。
そういうこった。敵はマスターキーに準ずるものを持っている公算が高い。
シャノンやカノン君、ゴーダさんはマスターキーを持ってましたか？
はい。勤務時間中だったなら身につけていたはずです。
現場をいじらない方がいいってんで、そこまでは調べなかったのが、誰かの鍵が奪われている可能性は否定できねえな。
そもそも犯人はバラ庭園倉庫のシャッターを開けるために一度使用人室を訪れている可能性があります。そこでマスターキーをすでに入手していると考えて間違いないでしょう。
There were many servants serving the Yoshinomiya family. Because of that, there were several master keys. Furthermore, every time one employee started or finished working, the keys were passed between servants. So, and we had to acknowledge that this had probably gotten a bit sloppy at times in the past.
仮に殺された使用人の誰かのポケットから鍵束をその鍵でも開けられない安全な場所はあるのか？
私たちはお仕事の都合上、すべてのお部屋の鍵を預かっております。お屋敷もゲストハウスもすべてです。
つまり私たちはどこへ立てこもって鍵をかけようと上等だぜ。鍵なんかいるもんか。来るなら来やがれってんだ。返り討ちにしてやるぜ。
敵は正面から来ないよ。最初の6人はともかく母さんたちやカノン君、そしておじい様の霊を見る限り敵は孤立した人間だけを狙ってる。一部屋に固まっている僕たちのところへ堂々と乗り込んで来られるほどの力はないんだよ。
そうだな。兄貴の言う通りだ。ひょっとするとおばさんのライフル銃が抑止効果として成立してるのかもしれないぜ。
なら良いのですが。
マリア、言いたいことがあるんだろうが、そいつは飲み込んでしばらく黙ってろ。
Hehehe, no matter where you hide, Beatrice will still get to you. Or something. Maria probably wanted to say something about how witches weren't afraid of things like guns. But if she were to say it out loud, the atmosphere around here would start to get pretty edgy. I had noticed and decided to put a stop to it.
よろしいでしょうか。一箇所だけ使用人の鍵束でも入れない場所が。
それはどこです？
はい、親方様の書斎です。
That's what I was thinking of a bit ago. I was like, what if they stay holed up in that, or in the study?
私は反対だぜ。じいさまの気持ち悪い部屋になんか入りたくない。
あの部屋に入れる鍵は何本あるんですか？
There are two.
一本は常に私が、もう一本は親方様がお持ちでしたが、先ほどボイラー室の遺体からこれを。
Genji took a handkerchief out of his pocket and opened it, showing us the burnt and filthy study key. Then he showed it alongside his own key, which he had once lent to Natsuhi.
本来なら警察のために鍵も残すべきだったのですが、親方様より書斎の留守は必ず守るようにと仰せつけられておりましたもので。なるほど。ということは金蔵さんの書斎は唯一の安全地帯というわけですな。
そういうことになりますね。あの怪しげな匂いの部屋に一晩も立てこもるなど考えたくもありませんが、あの部屋が一番安全であることを今は認めなければならないようです。
その安全な部屋に閉じこもってたじいさまを犯人は連れ出して殺してる。絶対安全とは言い切れねえけどな。
バトラ君の説のおじい様がうまくレシートをやり過ごして自分の意思で部屋を出たと考えるなら、籠城の価値はあるかもしれない。
へえ、楽観的すぎだぜ兄貴。
However, at the same time, I thought he brought up a pretty interesting point. After all, this gives us a chance to question the enemy, the witch herself, about how the sealed door had been opened. If we assume the culprit used some technique to kidnap grandfather from his study, they'd have to show us the same kind of trick again if they wanted to assault us in the study. And that'd give us a chance to make the culprit prove how they did it right before our eyes. If she's really a witch, we'll be forcing her to use her little magic trick to open the door right in front of us. But that's probably impossible. If you spin the chessboard around, it's obvious that the culprit is acting in a way that'll make us think they're a witch. If she really is a witch, all she's gotta do is appear in front of us and wow us with a colorful display of magic. Since she's avoided doing that, everything must be a work of a fake witch who wants us to think she's real. Therefore, a culprit who used a technique other than magic to defeat the closed room couldn't open the door before our eyes.
じいさんの部屋ってのは8人で押しかけても大丈夫なくらいの広さなんすか？
はい。ベッドにソファー、毛布類もありますので、贅沢を言わなければ十分に夜を越すことができます。流しにご不浄、冷蔵庫に酒棚もあります。
ひゅ、そいつはすげえぜ。しかしおかしなもんだな。自分の家の中にさらに自分の家を作ったってのか？島を丸ごと買って自分の夢を全て実現しきったじいさまの最後の家にしちゃ随分手狭なんだな。
そうですね。いつの頃からかお父様にとっては屋敷内ですら心を許せる場所ではなくなってしまったのでしょう。
そこに引きこもっていたのを私たちは嘲笑い、そして今度は私たちがそこに立てこもろうってわけだ。
Jessica spat the words out.
ジェシカちゃんは立てこもるより犯人を探しに行きたいという感じだね。
もちろんこっちから探しに行って見つけられるなんて思っちゃいないぜ。結局は待つしかない。ならどこで待ったって逃げも隠れもしない。客までテレビでも見ながらのんびり現れるのを待とうじゃねえかよ、ベアトリーチェ様をよ。
現れなければ現れないで十分です。犯人を暴くのは私たちである必要がないからです。
正論ですが、警察が来るまで危険を冒すべきではありません。
ありがとう南條先生。私はお父様の書斎に移るべきだと思います。確かにお父様が連れ出された可能性があり、絶対の安全が保証されているわけではない。しかしバトラ君の推理のお父様が何らかの方法で自ら書斎を出て外で襲われた可能性も否定できません。
A while back, I proposed that strange theory as a stopgap measure. But just as Aunt Ava had said, Even though that trick would be possible, I couldn't explain what motive could have made Grandfather sneak out of his own study in such a troublesome way. Plus, Grandfather couldn't even have used the trick unless he knew that the receipt was wedged in the door. Aunt Ava hadn't pointed out that last part, but it's clear how absurd the theory was. So, does that mean that the sealed door formed a closed room, just as Aunt Ava claimed? It's an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit. Or is it an undeniable fact that Aunt Natsuhi was the culprit? If Aunt Ava were here now, she'd probably make the claim openly and blow my strange theory away. But anyway, I had to admit that a room with both a bed and a toilet, that all 8 people could be shut up in, and with only 2 keys, both of which were gathered here, had to be the safest place in the mansion right now. At the very least, I figured this would be better than just staying shut up in the parlor and hoping nothing would go wrong. But wait, have we been safe only because we've been shut up in the parlor? What if leaving that room and moving to an unexplored location is actually more dangerous? It's useless, it's all useless. My flimsy head is about to break out in a fever. I keep spinning the chessboard around, right and wrong, will keep switching places over and over, and I won't be able to believe anything. When it seems like the culprit is one of the 18th, I want to believe in Beatrice. And once I start believing in Beatrice, I start wanting to find the culprit amid the 18. If that keeps spinning around forever in my head, or in the end, my thoughts won't have taken one step from where they started. And in a way, that's kind of what I've been doing. Where, I keep thinking about all these other possibilities. And I keep talking myself out of it. But then again, I, as the reader, and you as the listener, don't have much obligation other than to think about what could possibly be going on. The characters in this novel have to solve this, or they die. You and I just sit back and enjoy the ride. And we have a little, brain teaser as the story goes on. And that's it. Now, one other quick thing. I did mention a bit ago that what if the characters are somehow being controlled by magic, or something similar to it in some way? So imagine, if you recall, Shannon was walking through the mansion hallway at night, and she saw the golden butterflies. What if after seeing those butterflies as she was patrolling, she got possessed in some way, shape, or form, and then decided to, kill on behalf of Beatrice? Not saying she was, a believer in Beatrice or something like that, but something compelled her to kill. So maybe with a rifle, with another gun or something, she shot their faces off. And then maybe either blew her brains out, or something else happened. Someone killed her. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But I just remember that being a possibility as well. There's so many fucking theories, right? We've got so many. I gotta sit down and actually think about which one it could be. How far back in the past was it that Kiria taught me about chessboard thinking? The concept of examining the situation by spinning it around and thinking from the enemy's side. I seem to remember being so interested in it back then, or by it back then, I used it to guide all of my thinking. By the way, Kiria was Dad's co-worker back then. I never dreamed that she'd someday be added to our family. Didn't HHere tell me something once? I get the feeling she once said that, while this chessboard thinking was one way to look at things, it certainly wasn't all powerful. And it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. Right.
チェス盤思考ってのはね、昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。
A game theory? Oh boy. We get to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's now.
とても面白い学問だから、バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみるといいわよ。
ぜひそれを勉強して、チェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたら、どんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないですか。
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
弱点？
ええ、チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。数学の弱点は何か知ってる？
Do you know what the weak point of math is?
ノイズよ。
In math, oh man, we're getting actual math in this game. God damn it. In math, when you write 1 + 1 = 2, that process will always result in 1 + 1 = 2 no matter how many billions of years pass. Nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different. Right. Which represents an introduction of noise created by the changes between time periods. Right. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible that they could reach the same conclusion whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess had gone through massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り、人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。人の感情だってそうでしょ？全く同じことが起こったからといって、人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。それを数学の理論で当てはめ、相手の行動を読もうとする時点で、すでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。手っ取り早く言うと、チェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、認識ミスに非常に弱いの。
That's right. HHere definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best moves they can find. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired and makes a move that can hardly be called the best? That's what I was just thinking. Or what if the game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only one enemy knows about and can use. In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking, which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish. Useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to guess several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind this case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? So, this is basically Ryukishi telling you, hey, by the way, if you were using chessboard thinking this whole time, here's how it's wrong. I wasn't using that line of, or that type of thought process for this. But if it's like your first time playing this game, or like, I guess if it's the first visual novel in the 07th line that you've played, you probably would go down the line of, or sorry, you probably would go down the path of thinking, oh, well, you know what, chessboard thinking sounds fine, why don't we try that? And then you go through the whole game thinking about it, and then they hit you with this. Like, yeah, if you can predict everything, then sure, chessboard thinking works great. But what if there's something, what if there's some other outside factor that you don't know about that gives the enemy an advantage? So, if we do chessboard thinking right now, and we think about it from the enemy's point of view, assuming the enemy wants everyone isolated or something, what if they're pushing the protagonists to try to move to a place where they'll be quote-unquote safe, or the quote-unquote safest? What if the culprit wants them all in the storeroom, or, well, in Grandpa's study? What if that culprit wants them there? What if Beatrice wants them there? And then this is when Battler needs to do something unexpected and suggest they go somewhere else. If HHere were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. And that's probably one of the reasons why she was killed first. So maybe HHere would be very astute. Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into Grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsuhi persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the deaths of George Aniki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 large adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine that there being only a single culprit, one who had been afraid of Natsuhi's rifle. And this was very good for emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than we'd imagined. Then Kumasawa made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take with us. All of Kumasawa's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on this savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. Oh, this is kind of scary though. We all started climbing the stairs. And Natsuhi, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had warned us beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。今更ながらじいさまの書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. Here we actually get to see the door for the first time. Do you notice anything? Do you notice anything peculiar about this door? I'm sure you have, so I'll just point it out anyways. But if you look at the door handles, they have scorpions on them. So this room has been quote-unquote protected against opposing magical forces, perhaps? Due to the scorpion being embedded, or well, carved onto the surface of the doorknob. It was the door to the Forbidden Study, which should defend against any who would enter. While Genji unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
おー、すごいドア。
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強く込められている。多分、ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
お？それどういうことだよ。
Maria pointed at the doorknob, which we've already mentioned, or discussed, but here it is in closer detail. So we do have a scorpion, and we do have a wheel with 8, what are they called? Spokes? Yes, the spokes. So it's got 8 spokes inside, or there's 8 spokes inside of the wheel. And then there's 3 little, like, lines, or I'm not sure what they could be. I thought they might have been legs, but that doesn't make much sense. The scorpion's got 6 legs, but we only see 3 of them. And then there's the wheel in between its, body and its stinger. And then there's, like, what appear to be 3 little sprouts or something. A scorpion crest. No, a design like a magical circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed in there. That design. That's right. And here we have another, which I would look into, but they're probably going to explain, so we'll hold off on spending 30 minutes researching magical circles live and just let the game do its thing. But here's the sigil. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday?
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて、力がよく満ちている。魔の者であるベアトリーチェにとって、この魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
So hopefully without any spoilers, let me actually put that circle up on screen. One sec. So now that we know what it's called, okay. See if I can find just a a version of it with Latin or something, because it's gonna have Hebrew, but I don't think there is, except for this one that I found. And I can't read it super well because the text is very tiny. But here it is. Make it a little bit bigger. Actually, like that. Okay. I can't read that super well. I think it might say, super, unless this is something else. Unless it's like J, like Jupiter. Aspidem. Either Bafa or Bala. No, it wouldn't be La. It's probably Bafa Leaf. Bafa Leafkum? Ambalo. Or is that an F? No, it's not an F. Loris? Or Ambalotris? Or? Ot? One of those. Conculatis? Leornea? Unless it's Leoneu or Leonen. Et Draconian. Et Obedient? Obedient? So something about a dragon specifically. That's the only word I could actually read. I'm pretty sure that says Draconian. So assuming it is that, then you know. And if you for some reason can read Hebrew, I'll post the other one. The other version of it. Which looks like this. And my Hebrew is not good, so I can't translate it. Well, actually, I mean, I could try, maybe. Let's see. Like this. So, we have a scorpion. And then on the north, south, east, and west, it says Hall, apparently. And then it says something along the lines of, and you will understand, infidel, trample, something, something, something. That's going from top right, or that's going clockwise, or that's how it was. I was reading it clockwise. Let me try another one, maybe like this. I know they're probably about to explain it, but just in case. Well, this one says, and we will give an infidel thermos. You will give... and then something else. Alright, I'm gonna stop reading too much into this, because we're probably about to learn about it. So, we'll keep going. So once more, the fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic. Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed, and it is full of power. Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice.
それは心強いじゃねえか。
Isn't that comforting?
この部屋ならベアトリーチェの魔手から逃げられるってことだろ。うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
なら、ベアトリーチェはどうやって中のおじい様を？
バトラが推理した通りだよ。ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。でも彼女には魔法があるし、使い魔だっている。それらを使って、おじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
Okay. So now we have more hints. Like, this is a very important paragraph. However, she has both magic and familiars. Using them, she might have been able to get grandfather to leave the study of his own accord. Now, I mean, I'm sure you all know what familiars are, just in case you don't. It's like an animal that you make a magical contract with, and they, I forget what exactly you do for them, because my understanding of them has been diluted over time with, you know, D&D and other, like, RPGs and shit. But the general gist is there's an animal you make a contract with, and they do things for you, for the most part, in general. But familiars are specifically that they are non-human, and they are animals of something like a cat. It can be a frog, it can be a rat, it can be a bat, it can be a tiger, it can be literally any animal. And the only animals we've heard of in this game so far have been seagulls. And the wild birds that grandfather would shoot at that were not necessarily mentioned by name years ago when the rifle was brought up. So it could still be that they're referring to seagulls, or it could be that they're referring to something completely different. As to what that is, I'm not sure. But this is something to keep in the back of your head, as it's very important.
ああ、漫画で読んだな。吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど、使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで、使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りも、この火星の5の魔法陣だよ。込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り。
ああ、昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだったんだよ。ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなってあの時は思って。
So this is also something very important to note. Because of the characters that had a scorpion charm, we know it was Battler, Jessica, George, and Maria. All four of them had a scorpion charm with them. Thing is, assuming the killer is, or assuming whoever might have knowledge or be in contact with Beatrice, such as Maria, they would only know that those four characters have a scorpion charm. Which is why, like, when they try to grab Aunt Natsuhi, they couldn't. Because of the charm protecting her room. But Battler, quote-unquote, doesn't have one. I'm willing to bet he does have it. It's in his pocket. I'm 99% sure he has it in his fucking pocket. And he's just fucking with Maria. Or not, with, with Maria, to just be like, I don't have it. I must have dropped it somewhere. So that if they come after Battler, like, he'll be shielded or something. But it's also just like a piece of information to keep in the back of your head.
そうでしたか。ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っていました。
夏日おばさんがあれをドアノブに？
ええ。夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
なら、夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。そうだったなら夕べ、ベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
Beatrice? Annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger. Natsuki thought back on that eerie scribble she'd seen that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door to Natsuki's own room? But the magic repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. So she scratched at it?
よせよ、そういう話。魔女なんかいないぜ。いるのは犯人。それも私たちと同じ人間だ。それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。くそ。くそ。よくも、カノン君も。
Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might be buried beneath idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all of his pastimes. Now, it's just me thinking out loud, but what if, as they opened the door to let everyone through, a 9th individual also went along with them? What if someone else also entered this room, and now they're all sealed within it, with that 9th entity? Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated when the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked, and that should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large, and even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet/bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. The study really does have enough in it to live in. Now I see how grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partly finished chess match he'd been playing with grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed. and in the end was never completed.
金蔵さん、やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。
南條先生、
わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの恐怖にとらわれた金蔵さんの2人が同居していたように思う。わしは金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
In the direction of Kumasawa's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatrice could be seen. This must be a nightmare for them. Like, just imagine you're in this situation in which you're on an island. There's a typhoon outside. Half of the people that are on the island are dead. And you go into the one room that you think you might be safe in. And inside this room, at the very top, or, well, I assume in the center, is a portrait of the quote-unquote culprit staring down at you. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? Right now, you could just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we'd brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her, whether they were a witch or a human, that was beside the point. The woman in this portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her.
そうだ、母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾ったんでしょ？
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。開けてみましょう。
Finally. Aunt Natsuhi took out that Western envelope. Genji pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was the letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. And Natsuhi also seemed to realize that, so she glanced over the contents first without reading it out loud. We were a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
内容は何と？
They're literally, dude, they're grabbing you by the balls and squeezing every last fucking second out. Like, they're just delaying all this while squeezing harder.
不愉快な一文があります。
Like, are you fucking seeing this shit? Just read it.
私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
Natsuhi, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
我が名をたたえよ。なんだよこれ。うっせえぜ。
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。くそ。
大方 また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。想像は裏切られなかったよ。
どういう意味でしょう。自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか。
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
おお、もう私には何が何だか分かりませんよ。こんなことは後宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
昨日の手紙の言う通りなら、ベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
I spoke to Genji and Kumazawa, who nodded together.
ってことは、じい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。話してくれないっすか。
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。ですがこの後に及んではそうも言っていられません。源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Right, here it comes. Genji didn't answer. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge? Or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. He had probably been very close to grandfather and his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji to keep his silence.
お父様の愛人ですか。
Huh? Why would we jump to this conclusion? His concubine? That could be possible. Concubine, if you don't know, is specifically used to refer to a woman who pleases a married man on the side. It was usually used to refer to the women the king would sleep with, because if he would have sex with his with the queen or whatever, she would probably bear another child or something, and this is usually widely accepted. Quote, it was an open secret, I guess. Anyway. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. It's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother.
かもな。ばあ様は生きてた頃、よく疑ってたらしいぜ。 浮気相手がいるってな。俺はてっきりそれはじいさまの想像の中の魔女のことを指してるんだとばかり思ってたんだが。
そりゃなんとも面白い話になってきたぜ。源氏さんは俺に言ったよな。ベアトリーチェはこの屋敷ができる以前からじいさまに仕えてたって。
お屋敷が竣工したのは昭和27年と聞いています。
ってことはベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も昔からおじいさまと連れ添っていたということになるね。
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって何らかの復讐を企んだか。なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
I don't know how good of an idea it is to continue to refer to Beatrice as a concubine, especially if, presumably, her portrait is like a set of ears and eyes for her.
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得できる筋書きです。どうですか、源氏。
どうですか。
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。そして今はどうしてるんだ。
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
すでに死んでいる？
はい。親方様は大層深く悲しまれ、ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として黒魔術に傾倒。親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
As Genji said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. We were all at a loss of words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric who had resorted to the Yoshinomiya family, who had restored the Yoshinomiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman, and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが、それはもう女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情。
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
つまり 後ろ宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
It wasn't loading the text, so I'll read it again. So, he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Yoshiromiya family.
さようです。金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy to see just by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depths of grandfather's love for Beatrice.
私誤解してたよ、ケンジさん。
何をでしょうか。
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を問診するのはじい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。違ったんだな。
By acting as though Beatrice's soul had at least had been restored and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice has revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. Genji had said it, had believed it, had made people believe it, and would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokenjima that was still whispered of amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else.
私は今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
今の僕にならわかるよ。シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。
兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。もうじき蘇ることができる。会うことができるって。
Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか。マリアに手紙を渡したベア。
信じないよね。
ここにじいさまがいたならきっと喜んだろうな。もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。なら俺は信じたぜ。じいさまが半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら。
バトラ
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが周りにも伝わり真実となる。それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
気遣いじゃないよ。本当に魔法だよ。魔女だよ。やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
Some time passed. As we listened to the sound of the rain, we considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here.
女の私から聞けば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが、それではお母様の立つ瀬がありません。
同感だぜ。浮気は綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
それもそうだな。ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
そういえばこんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。知ってるだろ？じいさまが福音の家っていう孤児院に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
くだらない話です。お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。
I was about to say that. What if he was collecting human sacrifices?
実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは？
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトではシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices?
確かにじいさまが使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。私だってじいさまには妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
When Anatsuhi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet, I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice. What do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one in the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in this smaller size. Ironically enough, in Higurashi, Keiichi would often question the quote-unquote big bad of the series. In the earlier chapters, he would say, "Hey, Oyashiro-sama." So that's also something to keep in mind. Just, in the back of your head. It's a nice little thing that Ryukishi's characters will do. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold.
Ikenieだ。
なんだよバトラ。急に気持ち悪いこと言うなよ。
生贄を6人。
Don't tell me he's finally putting the fucking pieces together. Please, for the love of God. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right... Come on. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. Everyone crowded around, and the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right here in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices.
間違いない。最初に死んだのは6人だ。そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
私は最初からそう言ってる。
That's right. Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. The culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
確かにざっと読むだけでも 6+2+5 で13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ、そして使用人が 2,3 人。昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
ってことはだ、この儀式を実行しようとしたら普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。いや、じいさまは福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
つまりなんだよ、生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議を、この儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored, and you roll the dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe that it's a portent of some miracle. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that it's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時、魔力をもって具現化される。おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。それに万が一自分が当たることがないように、この島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
バカバカしい。これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか？
Natsu, he yelled. Couldn't quell that fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it on my doorknob, would I have been killed, mixed in along with those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible. Impossible, impossible.
だが夏井さん、確かに碑文の内容はその後をなぞっとる。
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか？
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ない。そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第3の晩の言葉を手紙に書き、その場に残したんだからね。
そうだな。第2の晩を実行し、第3の晩をその場に残した。第3の晩はまさにさっき夏代おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. If you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Aniki's parents were killed with those ice picks gouged into their head. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have gouged in the head.
じい様だ。焼却炉の中で焼かれてたからそっちに目がいっちまって気づかなかったが、じい様も眉間に、いや頭をえぐられてた。
Right. So either that means when you perform the murder on the fourth twilight. Is the fourth one? Let's double checking. Yes. So it could either mean that on the fourth twilight, when you commit the murder, you gouge the head, so you stab the head, or it means you kill the head of the family, in this case being grandfather. Because on the fifth twilight, you gouge the chest. Kanon.
じい様が第4の晩の犠牲者。じゃあカノン君は。
第5の晩に胸をえぐりて殺せ。カノン君については 犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど、違う。誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら、また3人が死ななければならないというのですか？
No. It means everyone has to die. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
確かにそう読み取れますけど。
いいや、そいつはどうかな。あと3人が死ねば第9の番になる。見てみろよ。
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
わけがわかんねえ。結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。じいさまは何が目的だったんだ。この儀式じゃじいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。第10の番には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
On the 10th twilight at the journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじいさまは死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。つまりおじいさまは自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。死んだらそれまでだろ。死者は生き返らない。人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。つまりこういうことだろ。死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまり老い先短いじいさまが恋に狂っての自殺まがい。いや、壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
天智、その可能性は考えられるのですか？
わかりません。親方様は時に1000年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。しかし凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
それってイエスって意味だよな。
Yes.
熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
私は何も知りません。知りませんとも。知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか？仮病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
おじいさまの長年の友人である南條先
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。私にも金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、実行しているのは
確かに少なくともじいさまとカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙、 あれにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Yoshiromiya family as interest. But then, she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time, it had already been sealed with wax by the head's ring, which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice while he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this is the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the content of that letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
なんだって？
Maria was pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there. But so what? Aunt Natsuhi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hand and the table. Because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table?
なんだよ、どういうことだよ、マリア。その封筒はどこから出てきたんだ。
今見たら置いてあった。うん。
What a fucking line delivery. Sorry, it was just really funny. Just now I looked and it was lying there. Ooh.
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがねえ。俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
全員下がりなさい。
There were some vocals. All I could hear was something that he doesn't understand. Aunt Natsuhi was pointing the rifle at Genji, and the others bellowing at them. Genji was overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course I felt the same, but a few moments late I reached the same conclusion Aunt Natsuhi had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table, and nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait.
バトラ君、この封筒を開けて中身を読んで。
I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as of yet is what it should say. I realized that it was an as of yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows.
金蔵様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方には時間が多くは残されてはおりません。どうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをお捨てください。このゲームに私と皆様方のどちらが勝つかの結果しかない。時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。引き分けはありません。そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます。
って内容だぜ。
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。ですが疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。あなたたちです。
奥様、それはあんまりにございます。
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。その時、このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。そしてその時、すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前にいた。そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。つまりあなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。ベアトリーチェがいる。
おお、ベアトリーチェはマリアたちじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいる
の。お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか、全員が疑わしいのか分かりません。しかし確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
そうだぜ。19人目なんかいるわけがない。魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。カノン君を殺したのだって。そうさ、熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
誤解です、お嬢様。私がなぜそのようなことを。
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。でも母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it.
夏井さん、どうか落ち着きなさい。今日一日いろいろなことがあった。心が参っているのはよくわかります。
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。ですがお父様の主治医として、唯一無二の親友として、長くお父様 ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。何かの古いしがらみを知っていて隠しているのではありませんか？
そんなはずはない。落ち着きなさい。
It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicion of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That was why Genji's still calm appearance looked so bold. And Natsuhi pointed the barrel of the gun.
源氏、あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか？
そうお疑いいただけるのは、奥様が私を親方様の一番のしもべだとお認めいただけたということだ。このような場ではありますが、とても名誉なことだと存じます。しかしこの手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか？お前が首謀者に決まっています。あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。マリエちゃんもです。
Not content to suspect just the adults, and Natsuhi pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought that she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です？
マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。この際はっきりさせろ。お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
だから何度も言ってるよ。ベアトリーチェだよ。1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。ほら、そこにいるよ、ベアトリーチェが。
バカにしてんのかてめえ。
よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。状況が分かってんのか。そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。無意味な挑発はよしやがらってんだ。
マリアには分かんないよ。バトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて、親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。だから見えないんだよ。ベアトリーチェはいる。お前たちには見えない。
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。なら
どうするの？マリアを撃つ？別にいいよ。もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。そして全ての死者が蘇る。今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。一緒になんかいられないよ。
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。どうか冷静に。手紙は挑発するけど何も恐れることはない。犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。警察が怖いんだ。この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。この4人の中に、いやあるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。だからどんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになるって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。ここは六軒島です。ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。ここには魔女などいない。ベアトリーチェなど認めない。何を企もうとも娘たちには指一本触れさせない。それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Aniki and I were standing on this side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached that portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Genji and Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo. All of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right, they were all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all of these suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? Yet Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave with her own words, but with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、ナスヒさん。だが気持ちはよくわかる。わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。ですが、今だけは分かってください。
分かった。わしらは部屋を出ましょう。どうですかな、源氏さん。客間に戻ってチェスの続きといきませんかな。
それをお望みでしたらぜひ。
私は嫌ですよ。だってこの中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
It was obvious what Kumasawa was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa really was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon had been murdered. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa had an alibi. unless we could prove that unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of a 19th person, Kumasawa was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsuhi and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we couldn't help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsuhi from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。だからきっと大丈夫だよ。マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。一緒に見ようよ。ここ、テレビがなくてつまんないもん。
It looked like Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the 3 other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. Just imagine what's going on through her head. You're like, oh, this fucking child probably did it.
それでは夏日さん、今夜はこれで。また明日お会いしましょう。
今夜だけは分かってください。警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。現地頼みます。
かしこまりました。
仕方ありませんね。子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
源氏も熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。また明日お会いしましょう。マリアちゃんも冷たいおばさんをどうか許して。
マリアは許す。
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。2本すべてをお預けします。
Genji pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi.
それから、私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted and relied upon. One sec. Sorry about that. Being placed in charge of those keys meant that they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, to Genji, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。なのにこのような仕打ちを私は心より恥じます。
私は親方様より今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。どうかお気にやまれませんよ。
それでは参りますかな、皆さん。おやすみなさい。
おやすみ。マトラもおやすみ。
あ、マリア、ちょっと待て。
Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
これ魔除けなんだろ。身につけとけ。
パトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
あん時は、なんか尺になってお前の大切なお守りを、なくすわけねえだろ。
Maria silently took the charm. I wasn't able to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out. We weren't even able to respond. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which had been gripping the whole time. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I had mistakenly thought that there was only one. There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle written with a red ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle until then had been different. This magic circle was one I'd never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what that could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded here until morning, and everything would probably be over. Once that typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter which had unexpectedly appeared in the study forced us to reject that naivety. It had made it very clear that, if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When the time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once. Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything.
これでもう安全です。もう絶対に。
Even as she said that, Natsuhi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. It's almost midnight. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some kind of innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person, of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of these suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Natsuhi faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George Aniki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuhi, with a dead expression on her face, and every once in a while, as though she just remembered something, she'd take out the inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. I just heard it from Aniki, but apparently Jessica liked Kanon. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. I thought for a second maybe I missed something. But it could be that the conditions for the second Twilight were still met. If for some reason Hideyoshi and Eva were not... Actually, wait, no. I mean, technically they were tore apart. Not necessarily killed, but anyway. You know, it's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it, which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Kanon was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle on the letter's second sheet. That's what I was hoping they would all do at some point. Even though we were shut up here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same way. However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it.
熱心だね。何か手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい？
さっぱりさ。そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。じいさまは一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。大したもんだぜ。
バトラ君は眠くないの？誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
じゃあ、俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
さっきの魔法陣？
どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか、面白そうだと思ってよ。
よせよ。そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
安心しろよ。俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。俺には霊的才能はからっきしなんだとよ。
マリアのこと邪険にしすぎたかな。
ジェシカ、今はそれを考えてはなりません。
でも母さん、もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら、 犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。それで殺されたなら、私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く私は、この部屋から追い出せて、せいせいしています。
夏日おばさんって結構きついっすね。9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of this room, I couldn't deny it felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら、明日謝罪します。彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは、すべて私の責だから、あなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsuhi's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected to die... And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアって、あんなことばかり言うんだよ。自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
もともと、マリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは、僕は、ローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
ローザおばさんのせい？何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
バドラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。マリアちゃんの本当の父親は、ずいぶん昔に蒸発してるんだ。おばさんはそれを、海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
後宮家では、ローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。でも、マリアちゃんの存在が枷になって、非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。だっておばさんは時折、ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
それについては同感だぜ。ローザおばさんは、マリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。ってことはつまり、好きじゃないってことなんだよな。再婚の妨げになっているマリアに、思うところがあったんだろうよ。
母親の感情的な拒絶が、きっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。そして、どこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。知ってるかい？マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。ほら、昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
ああ。なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
Yesterday, when we were down by the beach doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of the pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were beings adorned with beautiful dresses who could grant anyone's dream with their mysterious magic, and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother, that Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her. Someday, a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic, would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the witch of Rokenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land, where Maria could be happy.
僕は今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。 マリアちゃんを、いや、源氏さんたちを追い出したのは多分いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
気まずくはあるぜ。
Since Jessica had been the one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら皆さん、私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというので。
そうなんだよ。その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。だが、全然ダメなんだ。ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
ダメって何がだい？
ああ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。つまり、あの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ、おかしいんだよ。
そうだぜ。あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと告白するようなもんじゃねえか。そうだよ。おかしい。やるなら、例えば扉の隙間に置いて廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。そうだよ。部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
ああ、そういうことなんだ。あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことはリスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。だが、どうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて、あの4人以外の誰か、すなわちこの部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定したとき、あの手紙には大きな意味。
よしなさい、バトラ君。
I kind of skipped ahead by accident, but once more, in other words, someone who was outside the room, then they had a lot to gain from that letter.
今さら些細な問題です。
Natsuki quickly guessed at what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had, and had simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。ああ、そうだよ。この部屋からじいさまがいなくなったって話の時、俺が披露した説じゃねえか。じいさまが自分から出ていくという説。自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がして、まんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob to the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through the door, or through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord.
だとすると、私たちは犯人の罠に見事はまって。
Exactly. I did mention this a bit ago.
新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
源氏たちもバカではありません。身を守ろうと思うなら、この部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。そこできっと身を潜めています。
Aunt Natsuhi hadn't answered the question. Aunt Natsuhi herself realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Natsuhi, right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん、きついこと聞くぜ。もしあの時、たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら、おばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？ 確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。でも、夏日おばさんは母として、その責務から、自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で、彼らを追放したんだ。俺は別に、それを責めてえわけじゃねえ。ただ、ジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなって。
そうだね。夏日おばさんは、朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも、冷静さを失わず、ずっとみんなを牽引してきてくれた。もしおばさんまで混乱していたら、僕たちは今頃全員、犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。だから、僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
ありがとう。
バトラたちの言いたいことは、マリアの母でもあってほしいって。私、マリアのことを実の妹みたいだとずっと。なのにいろんなことがあってちょっと混乱しちゃって、ひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。母さん、お願いだよ。マリアもみんなも私たちの中に犯人なんていなかったんだよ。この事件の犯人は魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。だからもう疑い合うのはやめようよ。
Yet Natsuhi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something? Before I forget, let's just quickly save, as it's been a little bit.
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった大切な娘です。私はジェシカを守るためならどのような鬼にでもなります。
That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. That was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. So many things had happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is.
見つけた。この魔法陣だ。
Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George peered at it as well. The magic circle's name was the third magic circle of Mars. Just in case, we'll look it up as well. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So I did find one. Suck. It's actually in English, which is interesting. But here it is. But there's the circle. And it says, "Who is so great a god as our Elohim?" Elohim being a word for the Hebrew god. Like specifically the god in the Hebrew Bible and blah 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 blah. But anyway, there it is. It's probably gonna explain it anyways, but just in case. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77 verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God, or Elohim? The meaning of the magic circle was discord. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall.
おいおい、マジかよ。
Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence.
この手紙は罠だってのかよ。どうやってここに置いたんだよ。この部屋には私たち8人以外には誰もいなかったんだぜ。
とにかくどうやってここに置いたのか、その方法は捨ておくぜ。とにかく犯人の狙いはたった一つ。この鉄壁の書斎に疑心暗鬼を引き起こして、生贄の羊を俺たちの手で外へ放り出させることだったんだ。
Right.
だとしたら、狙いは外へ出された人たちだ。
母さん、どうしよう。あの4人が危ない。
It wasn't surprising that Aunt Natsuhi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we chased out. If we're willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is the safest. At that time, suddenly, the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. It was natural we think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out. But then Aunt Natsuhi spoke.
どうして電話が故障していて使えないはずなのに。
そんなことは関係ねえさ。もしマリアたちが助けを求める電話だったら。
そもそも電話の普通が犯人の工作によるものならば、この電話はおそらく。
With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. And Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver.
トロ、おばさん。何かの理由で電話が回復したのかも。マリアちゃんたちからの緊急の電話の可能性もある。
そうだぜ。それに万一犯人からの電話だったら上等さ。話を聞いてやろうじゃねえか。それにどうせ電話だ。受話器越しに何をほざいたって痛くも痒くもないぜ。
おばさんが取らないなら俺が取るぜ。
私が取ります。もしもし。
I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsuhi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Natsuhi kept saying hello. A silent phone call. There's no way Mari and the others would do something so creepy. Which means... could this phone call possibly really be... Natsuhi stopped repeating hello and strained her ears, because she thought she heard something far away on the other end of the receiver. What was that?
これは歌？
歌って何ですか、おばさん。
わかりません。電話の向こうでかすかに誰かが歌っているのが聞こえます。 何のことやら。
ちょっと受話器を借りますぜ。もしもし。
I forced the receiver from Aunt Natsuhi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first I didn't hear anything, but because I've been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. And it sounded like a girl singing a song. That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the one who made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the one who made the phone call should have been Genji, Kawasawa, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call, who was it?
おい、もしもし、誰だ、返事をしろ。歌ってるのはマリアなのか。返事をしてくれ。
何が起こってんだよ。どういうことだ。
わからねえ。一つ言えることは、多分これは罠で、そしてマリアが危険だってことだけだ。
Natsuhi took the receiver again, but after yelling into it several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right. If the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Natsuhi's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect.
行こう。罠かもしれないことは分かってても、行かないわけにはいかない。
ああ、まったくだぜ。ジェシカと夏井おばさんはここにいてくれ。
Aniki and I tried to dash out, and Natsuhi stopped us.
お待ちなさい。あなたたちだけに行かせるわけにはいきません。私も行きます。ジェシカはここで待ちなさい。
私だけのけ者かよ。冗談じゃない。私も行くぜ。
そうだな。その方がいいかもしれねえぜ。電話が俺たちをさらに分散させる狙いがあるってんなら、留守番を残すのは適当じゃねえ。
議論する暇も惜しい。みんなで行こう。
And Natsuhi raised her rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a three-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a three-pronged spear. Then the four of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside this mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from that room.
Maria! どこにいるんだよ! 返事をしろ!
I listened closely, but I didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
マリアちゃんは確か客までテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。階下に降りてみよ
う。そうですね。行ってみまし。みんなは周りに用心して。
おい。
With Aunt Natsuhi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger, we moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up, and furthermore had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Natsuhi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at a very dark spot in shadow. At every dark spot in shadow. It felt like It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared.
僕はずっと思ってたんだ。
I looked away for a second. After the screen shifted, I looked to my right, and when the background loaded in first, for some reason, I thought that the light, the little chandelier at the top, was like an eye, and that the and that the like, what is this, like a door archway or whatever on the right was like a hand against a wall, looking at everyone. For a second, like for a split second, I thought that, and I was like, ah, fuck.
カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて簡単なことじゃないと思うんだ。
犯人はそれだけバカ力ってことか。
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む射出機のような武器があるんだよ。人力だけであれだけ深々と刺突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
いずれにせよ頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。カノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように。私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just this candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all four of our parents at once, as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were four of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George, Aniki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsuhi were stretching their senses to the utmost limit, in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step, then another. So, of course, this has happened before in Ryukishi's writing, where we have the characters stretch their senses to their utmost limit, quote-unquote. Anyway. What have we done? Because of the seeds of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Mari and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was a common folk song, one that everyone had probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria where she was. But this time, no one even said a single word. We hid our breath and the sound of our footsteps and intensely focused on our surroundings, to the point of being completely high-strung. We stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. And Natsuhi put her hand on the handle of the doorknob. George Aniki stopped her.
扉は僕が開ける。夏日おばさんとバトラ君は武器を構えてて。
わかりました。気をつけて。
開けると同時に攻撃してくるかもしれないぜ。ジョージ兄さん、注意して。
じゃあ行くよ。
He tried to open it, but immediately felt the hard resistance of the lock. Aunt Natsuki took the bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps preparing to make a surprise attack in the room, this almost felt fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We'd been in that room almost constantly since morning, and all the frightening things that had occurred outside that room, that had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart.
開いた。
ありがとう。ジョージ君とジェシカは後ろに下がって。
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよ。扉を開けてボサッとしたら例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえぜ。
承知しています。いいですか？
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them away with this candle stand.
行きます！
Natsuhi and I rammed into the door before flying into the parlor, quickly splitting up left and right and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes landed upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. Do you notice something in this picture? The parlor was stained with blood. This place, where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji, Kumasawa, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. That was because... that's right. This is how the whole tragedy started. Their faces. Just like our smashed up parents in the shed. You couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato pot pies, all squished up. Ugh. And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those ice picks. They were in Genji's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh, no, his knee. That's right. Of course it's his knee. In the epitaph, the sixth twilight was the stomach, and on the seventh twilight, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa's calf, I couldn't help but masochistically laugh. That's right. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Ugh. And now even the 8th twilight is over. And the next one, the 9th twilight, what was it again? Maria was there. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpses of the 3 who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that and Maria, her back to the scene as she kept on singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare, shocked, with our mouths hanging loosely open. Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So, now that we had just found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet none of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because, that's right. Even if that's crazy. No, it couldn't be.
Maria! 歌うのをやめろ! 聞いてるのか?
At some point, Natsuhi and I pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still readied, I ran up to her and forcefully, no, violently, slammed my hand on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
Maria, これはどういうことなんだ? 誰がやった?
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
いい加減にしろ!
I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart, but Maria's expression didn't change at all.
よすんだバトラ君。マリアちゃん、今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人の顔を見たはずだよ。犯人は君に手紙を渡したというベアトリーチェなのかい？
おお、ベアトリーチェ。
ああ、ならこれで確定したぜ。19人目はいるんだ。ベアトリーチェは実在するんだ。じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな。奴はこの3人をどうやって殺したんだ？何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ？
知らない。
知らねえってことはねえだろ。この部屋での出来事だぞ。歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
落ち着いてバトラ君。マリアちゃん、僕とお話ししようね。
George Aniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな？
おう、ベアトリーチェがここでね、壁を向いてお歌をずっと歌っていなさいって言ったの。
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね。その時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね。
で客間に来て座ってた。源氏さんはちゃんと鍵をかけてたよ。
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ。
おお、でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから鍵なんか関係ない。蝶々になって扉の隙間から通り抜けてきたんだよ。
はあ、冗談も休み休み、そんなわけねえだろ。お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
信じられないよね。だから言いたくなかった。どうせ言っても信じないもん。でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの。不思議な魔法で何でもできるの。だからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか全然関係ないんだよ。
それで現れたベアトリーチェは、そしてみんなはどうしたの？
ベアトリーチェは言ったよ。おじいさまの書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。だからあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶって。みんな嫌だって言ったよ。熊沢さんは嫌だってすごい。でもベアトリーチェは選ぶよ。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたの。どうしてだと思う？バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。だからその力でベアトリーチェは私にだけは何もできなかった。だから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはね、言ったの。
さあさあ、壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい。あなたはたくさんお歌を歌うから、何が起こっても何が聞こえても聞こえ。さあさあ、楽しいお歌をわらわにたくさん聞かせておくれ。
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。ずっと歌ってたんだよ。だから何も聞こえない、わからない。そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。
それを信じろってのか？バカにするんじゃねえぜ。
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？マリアを疑う？マリアをこの場で殺してみる？そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。これで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
ふざけんな。もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ。魔女なんているもんか。煙に巻かれてたまるか。俺は認めねえぞ。ベアトリーチェなんていいねえ。絶対に俺が認めねえ。だから存在なんかさせねえ。蘇りもさせねえ。伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ。この俺がそんなことを認めね
よせよ、マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない。ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず従わざるを得なかっただけだぜ。
あれ、夏日おばさん？おばさんがいない。
Oh no.
あれ。
They were all distracted yelling at Maria.
母さんどこ行ったの？
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left a letter so that they could brag even more. We're so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well armed as she was, why why has she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle to the door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open.
母さん、お母さん、何これ。開けて、開けて。
It was only natural. Natsuki had picked up the candle stand, which Battler had thrown at the wall, and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it in between the doorknobs on the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. Then, the intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic screams of a daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuhi threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor, readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall.
後宮家代表、後宮夏日です。姿を見せなさい。黄金の魔女、ベアトリーチェ。
The entrance hall was dimly lit, other than a faint light which shone on the center of the room. Everything was blotted out by the jet-black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittering in gold squirmed and twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies.
ようやく姿を現しましたね。あなたのような存在が本当に存在したなんて、私は未だ信じることができない。でもそれは問題ではありません。後宮家の代表であると自負する私と、後宮家の当主を引き継いだと自称するあなたが今この場にいる。あなたが本当に魔女なのかどうかは今となっては些細な問題です。さあ決着をつけましょう。後宮家を真に引き継ぐ者はどちらか。この後宮夏日か、あなたベアトリーチェか。あなたの決闘の申し出、謹んでお引き受けさせていただきます。
The gold butterflies slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it, and making it possible for a big gap to to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through the gap, and the door was finally released. At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ring out at once.
Jessica ちゃん、一人で先走っちゃいけない。
今のは銃声だぜ。夏代おばさんが撃ったんだ。
Boom. The culprit? The noise had come from the entrance hall. At the entrance hall, and the entrance hall looked like a stage, like the heroine of a tragedy on the ground and bathed in light. Arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Aunt Natsuhi lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi, but on Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. And from it, one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle Aunt Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why?
わけがわからない。どうしておばさんは一人で抜け出して、どうして自分の額を撃ち抜いているんだよ。
マリアちゃん、夏日おばさんは手紙を読んでから部屋を出たんだよね。手紙がない。そう、おばさんは何を読んで、どうしてここに誘い出されたんだ。
知らねえぜ、知らねえぜ。そんなことはどうでもいいぜ。なんなんだよ。どうして自殺なんだよ。なんで私を置いてくんだよ。
Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. My body was consumed with anger. I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness, on all sides as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George Aniki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. So, is this all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。そして第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里へ至るだろう。これで全部終わったね、ベアトリーチェ。おめでとう、おめでとう。だからマリアを導いて、あなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ。今こそ。
There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eyes, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened.
いい加減にしやがれ。何が楽しい、何がおめでたい。この島には18人いた。14人死んだ。残りは俺たち4人だ。俺は絶対に死なねえぞ。 夜が明けるまで、いや台風が過ぎ去ってまた船着き場に海猫たちが帰ってくるまで俺は絶対に死なねえんだよ。生き残ってやる、生き残ってやる、絶対。
よしなよバトラー。ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。それに生き残るも何ももうおしまいなんだよ。もう旅は終わったんだよ。ほら時計を見てごらん。
Before we look at the clock, very quickly, we need to check this, just in case I can't come back to this. Kumazawa, found in the parlor. Her calf had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and her face had been smashed. At the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Found in the parlor. He had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his stomach, and his face had been smashed. At the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. Dr. Nanjo. Found in the parlor. His thigh had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and his face had been smashed. At the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. Found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How impudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. Double checking these real quick. Nothing new. Huh? The clock. Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon, it will be midnight. In other words, when you think about it, isn't 24 a strange time? It can be called 24 and it can still be called 00. It's the hour at the culmination of the previous day, and at the same time, it's hour 0 as the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in that darkness and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George Aniki stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction. And the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. I can't fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。バカだね、人間は。
俺は魔女なんて認めねえぞ。貴様は一歩でも動いてみろ、指一本でも動かしてみろ。こいつをぶち込んでやる。
It's the witch. No, the witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was midnight. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the culmination of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that which would win when time ran out had already been revealed.
バトラ、ジョージ兄ちゃんにジェシカ。旅は終わって、魔女は蘇ったよ。
And also Moriarty, thanks so much for the raid over on the Twitch side. And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Here are the credits. Or not. The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again, and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police came and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children who were thought to have survived until the very end were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered and the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seemed hopelessly dim. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the Golden Land. They were the only ones who got to hear that tale. No tales were told to those humans who had arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to be spread. Then many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted on the waves to the pier of a neighboring island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment written upon cramped small letters. Written there was a thin tale through which the notebook fragment people will finally learn the truth of the mysterious riddle-filled day that was a period that started on October 4th, 1986. This incident was later called by many names as the Rokkenjima mass murders and the 18 killings of Rokkenjima, though from around the world knew that it was the witch legend serial murders. Lovers of the occult claim that was all the result of an immoral ceremony that had sealed in the island those mysterious days, savagely embellished in many interpretations of the story being spread far and wide. However, not one of these interpretations approached the truth. Furthermore, while the notebook fragments described the mysterious incident that was not revealed the truth of what happened there, or perhaps even the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Ushiromiya Maria. Incidentally, as a result of an all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse had been identified thanks to the dental records. In that gruesome scene that had many body parts that couldn't be identified as belonging to any specific person, so it's probably safe to say that this jaw was extremely fortunate find. Because this jaw had been separated from her body, the police judged the chances of survival as to be hopelessly dim, even with none of her other body parts were found or at least identified. And so let us conclude this tale with the final section of the notebook fragment of the Ushiromiya family left behind. By the time you read this, I will probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You who read this, please find out the truth. That is my only wish, Ushiromiya Maria. To this very day, the truth of the witch legend serial murders has not been brought to light. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch result. Ushiromiya Kraus died on the first twilight, chosen by the key of the Golden Land, offered up as a sacrifice. Same with Rudolph, same with Rosa, same with Kyrie, same with Shannon, and same with Goda. Eva, pierced through the forehead by the stake of Asmodeus. Hideyoshi, pierced through the forehead by the stake of Beelzebub. Okay, the stake of Mammon, the stake of Satan, the stake of Lucifer, the stake of Belphegor, and the stake of Leviathan. The witch Beatrice, revived on the ninth night, finally opens the doors to the Golden Land. Natsuhi died on the ninth twilight. The witch praised her nobility and granted her the honor of a duel. George, after he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Jessica, same thing. Maria, after she acknowledged, yeah, same thing. Battler died on the 10th night. Will the witch invite this man who denied her existence to the Golden Land? The witch will praise the wise, and she should bestow the 4 treasures of the Golden Land. They chose to revive the souls of the dead and the love that had been lost after blah 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 had been out of the grass. George chose his lost fiance. Jessica chose the boy she liked and her dad. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out even before one of the 18 people could solve the riddle. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. It went a little too quick near the end. Just a tiny bit. I'll have to probably check the bot a little bit just to read the final parts, but man, what a what a fucking end. Addition of new features. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in commemoration of your stay. You can find these new features in the title screen. Awesome. So hopefully those of you who end up watching this later on, especially on YouTube, hopefully you end up pausing and maybe muting that section and then just listening to or just reading it yourselves without me fucking going nuts. But now we have a tea party. Let me see. Let me see if I can ask Billy about the tea party, just to double check. So we'll see. Give me a sec. But man, what an end to the first chapter. That was pretty fucking crazy. Can't believe that Beatrice was real. So yeah, let's go ahead and quickly look through the tea party itself. Tea party. You've done well to make it this far. Have you enjoyed your stay on Little Kenjima? The Golden Witch has granted you an invitation to her tea party. We hope that you choose to attend. Right? She was there the whole time, but wasn't. They kept saying, Beatrice exists, quote unquote. But I mentioned it before, Maria kept saying, Beatrice is here. She is here. And then she just revived. Alright, let's check out the tea party. Episode 1, Tea Party. Normally I save these for, like, another thing, but anyway. Okay, Purgatory. Or Purgatorio.
おーみんな海猫の鳴く頃にお疲れさん。やれやれ、わけがわかんないうちに物語が終わっちまったな。
つまりなんだ？あれは結局犯人は暴けず時間切れのバッドエンドでしたってことなのか？
きっとバッドエンド。
そうだね。1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に碑文の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし。
そうですね。ちゃんと碑文の謎に挑んでいたら違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
それはどうかな。シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。何しろここはお疲れ様会なんだからよ。 ひでえ目にあった者同士、仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ。ベロベロベロ。
ひでえ目って言ったらシャノンがぶっちぎりだったぜ。綺麗どころのキャラだからてっきり最後まで生き残るかと思ったら一番最初に殺されるし、しかもなんだっけ、顔面を半分砕かれてたんだっけ。最悪だよな。
そういうお役目でしたら仕方ありませんし。
姉さんが気にすることはないよ。お嬢様方もラストのエピローグを見る限り相当悲惨な最後を遂げられたようだしね。
なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ。
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ。俺らのよくわからん最後よりは数段マシだぜ。
結局何も歯が立ちませんでしたが。
でもカナン君の死は大きなヒントになったと思うな。だってあのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになったんだから。
Right.
そうだね。あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった。だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
信じたくはねえけど、ベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ。
そうですよね。人にはできない不思議なことがいっぱいありましたし。エバおばさんの密室殺人とか魔女にしかできない。人間にはできない。
19人目が存在することが明らかで、しかもその人物は人間では考えられない力を持っている。となればその人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ。
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。黄金の魔女にね。
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってずっと言ってる。みんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達のそうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は敬う者に寛大だそうですし。
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても最後までベアトリーチェ様の脅威からは外されていたように思います。マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がいかないぜ。それは多分ベアトリーチェ様なりのご都合があられたのでしょう。
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら大勢の生贄が必要だった。その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
Like Kinzo?
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。せめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
まあ痛かったわけじゃないですし、それに今はこうして全然平気ですからへっちゃらです。
After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling.
でもこう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。 ァンタジーだと分かって、ちょっと驚いてるよ。遺産をめぐる外界から隔絶された孤島の洋館ものなんて、推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
ファンタジーじゃない。ベアトリーチェはいるの。
ええ、わかっています。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
悔しいが、認めざるを得ねえよな。19人目の魔女の関与は明らかだしな。
人間には不可能なことをいくつもやってのけてる。劇中の僕らは、それを否定したくて、あれこれと考えたけど、今なら、はっきり言えるよ。どれもいずれも、すべて、人間には不可能な犯罪だった。魔法の力を使いこなす、魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
犯人は魔女だった。その一点において、何の曇りもねえぜ。ベアトリーチェ様万歳ってわけだ。
みんな信じた。マリアは嬉しい。神様も魔女も怖がる人には恐ろしい存在かもしれませんけど、信じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
姉さんの言う通りだと思います。じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事件ごっこは終わったわけだし、ここで気を取り直して、ちゃんとベアトリーチェの言う通り、碑文の謎に挑戦してみねえか？
賛成。きっとベアトリーチェも喜
ぶ。劇中ではみんな無視してたからね、あの手紙は。
せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて、なんだかかわいそうですね、ベアトリーチェ様。碑文のメモがある。みんなで謎解き、みんなで謎解き。
物語は多分この時点から間違ってたんだろうね。
そうかもしれません。私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り碑文の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
まあ、すっかり遅くなっちまったけどな。今からでも再挑戦するってことで、魔女様には許してもらおうぜ。さ、碑文の謎に挑戦してみよう。なに懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to a page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting really into it as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent the time comfortably and happily.
ちょいと待てよ、お前ら。
Choitomate. But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all of this fun?
お前ら、さっきから聞いてりゃ、何を思考停止してんだ？なんで魔女の仕業ってことで決まってんだよ。そんなのあるわけねえじゃねえかよ。
With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Cannon, and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well.
だって、明らかに人間には無理な事件だったじゃないか。
そうだぜ。どの事件も人間には無理なことばかり。
そうですよね。だって人間じゃ説明がつかないことばかりじゃないですか。
バトラ様が何を言い出すのか僕にはわかりません。
お前たちこそ、何を口々に言い出すのかさっぱりだぜ。こんなの人間が起こした事件に決まってるじゃねえかよ。魔女なんているわけねえだろ。
じゃあ、私が倉庫の中で殺されてた時、顔の半分をひどいことにされていましたが、あれは人間が犯人なら、どう再現するというのですか？
そりゃまあ、どうやったらあんなひでえことができるのか、ちょっと想像はつかねえけどよ。でも、あそこはバラ庭園の倉庫だぜ。きっと、中に妙な道具とかがいくらでもあっただろう。わかんねえけどよ。例えば、電の子とかグラインダーとか、そんな電動工具でも
それは、
じゃあ、バトラー。じい様が密室の書斎から消え去っていたのは、どう説明するんだよ。扉は封印されていたのに、じい様は忽然と消え去ってたぜ。
その話は、劇中でも出ただろう。じい様が何らかの方法を使えば、レシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて。夏日おばさんが窓を内側から施錠した可能性もある。別に、魔法を使わなくたって、他にもいくつか手は思いつくだろうぜ。
それはそうだけどよ。
ならバトラ君、僕のお母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのはどう説明するんだい？扉には鍵もチェーンもかかってた。無論、窓もね。どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
まあ、確かに、そのトリックは劇中でも保留になったままだったな。とにかく、犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高いからな。チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はあるいは、その隙間から何かを出したとか。確かにチェーンってのは、えらいシンプルだが、密室を構成するでかい要素だな。だが、密室トリックなんて、およそやり尽くされてるんだ。そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃ、どうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。とにかく、俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくれすりゃ、人間にできないことはないだろうって断言できる。
それはひどい暴論じゃないかい？説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんてめちゃめちゃだよ。
何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。兄貴たちは何を思考停止してんだよ。一見できなさそうに見えても、どうせできるんだよ。それが、お約束ってもんだろうが。
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。人間にできるってんなら、説明してみろよ。できねえだろ？
できなきゃすぐに、犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。その論法で言っちまったら、世界中の未解決事件は全部、魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。マリアたちは人間にはできない。だから人間じゃない存在が犯人。それが魔女だとそう言っている。なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。地球が回ってるはずがない。説明はできないけど、宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者のよ
う。なんだか気に入らねえ論法だが、つまりお前らはこう言いたいのかよ。 人間に可能だと説明できないなら、ベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことかよ。
そこまで押し付けているわけではありません。ただ、バトラ様が何を根拠にそのような世まい事を言い出すのかと思いまして。
世まい事って。なあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？おかしいのは俺なのか？さっきからえれえ不愉快だぞ。
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時、ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺されています。それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？あの時、18人の所在は全員がはっきりしていました。にもかかわらず、僕は殺されている。
その件も劇中で言ってるぜ。例えば、熊沢のばあちゃんだ。カノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は嘘。一緒にボイラー室に入って、不意をついてぶっすり行っちまったのかもしれねえ。あるいは、ボイラー室に踏み込むと、何かのトラップが発動して、例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。何しろ、焼却炉からはじいさまの遺体の悪臭だ。必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから、仕掛けだけ施せば、犯人はその場を離れ、カノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
ボイラー室のトラップって、どんなのですか？
そうだよ。あの後、すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。でもそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
さようです。バトラ様。どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
いや、それはわからねえ。でも、とにかく、何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいは、こうも考えられるぜ。そもそもあれは、カノン君の自作自演だったとかな。そうだ、自作自演だ。エヴァおばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。自分で密室を作り、死んだふりをした。
バトラー、お前、さっきから頭、大丈夫か？
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか？
そこまで荒れみの目で見られるほど妙なことは言ってねえだろ。俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
お約束って？
つまりだ。カノン君が殺された時、確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。そして、熊沢のばあちゃんも、でも、それは生存者だけの話だ。もし、死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり、姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、すべては説明できる。
つまり、エヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか？でも、おばさんたちの死亡については、南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
そうです。南條先生は、すべての犠牲者について確認しています。もしバトラ様の説を採用するなら、南條先生も犯人、ということになりますか？
ああ、そうだな。南條先生が犯人の一味で、嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ、話は変わってくるぜ。ほら、これも推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
でも南條先生も殺されたよ。
Yeah.
と、それはだな。そうさ、南條先生は偽装師なんだ。
Okay.
何しろ、南條先生以外に検視ができる奴はいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況下だ。本当に脈が止まってるかなんて、のんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。この論法なら、死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。だって、シャッターを閉められた上に、内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
That as well.
そうだぜ。その鍵は母さんが預かった。じゃあ、母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
いやいや。最初の6人は無理そうだが、エヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ？なら、内側から開けられるし。そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後、窓から飛び出して、ボイラー室に先回りしたとか。苦しいか？あるいは、南條先生も検視を誤ったとかな？ほら、自分でも言ってたぜ。検視は誤審率が高いとかって。うまく偽装したとか、身代わり死体を用意したとかで死をごまかしたんだ。方法やトリックはこれから考えるとして、とにかく、19人目を否定することはそう難しいことじゃないんだ。ましてや魔女？それだけは断じてありえない。
バトラがさっきからなんで堅なにみんなの中に犯人がいるようにしたいのかわかんない。つまりバトラは親族の誰かを疑いたいんだよね。
そういうわけじゃねえ。ただ安易に19人目を肯定はできねえし、仮にいたとしても、それは人間だって見地から話を構築すべきであって。それら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で、苦し紛れに出てくるのが魔女だろって話をしたいんだ。魔女なんているわけないだろ。なんでさっきからみんなは、魔女が犯人ってことでひょいひょい納得したがるんだ？そりゃ、身内に殺人犯がいると思いたくねえ家族愛は立派さ。でも、それでごまかしちまっていいのかよ。あれだけ大勢を殺した、憎き犯人を見つけ出したいとは思わねえのかよ。兄貴だって、両親の仇を見つけたいだろ。ジェシカだって、カノン君の仇を。そして、カノン君だって、シャノンちゃんの仇を見つけたいだろ。シャノンちゃんだって、自分を殺したのが誰なのか知りたいはずだ。なんでこう、パーンと全面降伏して、魔女が犯人ってことになっちまうんだよ。お前ら、さっきから何なんだ。
The foolish and short-tempered battler tried to force his ignorance on the others and yelled at them. However, everyone just looked at him, pityingly, silently watching over him. At that time, the wise Maria laughed and pointed out Battler's mistake.
呆れてるんだよ。バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことを繰り返しては何かを分かったような気になってるだけ。だから？それで人間にどうやって？ 具体的には？そう聞くと決まってバトラは、今は思いつかないけど、とか、何かの仕掛けで、とか、抽象的な言葉で逃げたり、お茶を濁したり。むしろ知りたいよ、バトラ。どうしてベアトリーチェを信じないの？いるのに、どうして？
いねえからだよ。魔女なんか、いねえ。いるわけがねえ。
It was almost like a spoiled child who doesn't want to accept something. The pitying gazes quietly closed in around Battler, but they didn't reach his stubborn heart.
まるっきり、だだっこのわがままだぜ。
Right. A 9-year-old is using more logic than him, quote unquote.
バトラ様、お気持ちはわかりますが。
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃるのです。
バトラ君、どうして信じないんだい？これほどまでに状況証拠は揃ってるのに。
説明できなきゃ全て魔女なんて。俺はそんな論法は認めねえ。どうして電球が明るくなるのか。仕掛けを知らなきゃ全て魔法ってことになるのか？違うだろ。魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつかないことなど存在しない。魔女だの魔法だのってのは思考の放棄だ。兄貴たちはわからねえ事件に屈服して降参しただけなんだ。そうだろ？
やっぱり、バトラだけはどうしても信じないね。誰か一人でも信じなかったら奇跡は起きない。だから、バトラのその猛獰な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ、奇跡が、魔法が完成しないんだよ。
なるほどな。ようやく一端が見えてきたぜ。つまりお前らは、俺に魔女様は存在するって言わせたいんだろ？全員が認めた嘘は真実になる。そういうこったろ。あいにくだな。ここばかりはあいにくだが、そいつは全然ダメだぜ。お断りだ。お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
どうして？
悪いが、最後の最後で、もう一回チェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。魔女の存在を俺に認めさせたいなら、一番簡単な方法があるはずさ。それは、人間にはできないから魔女、なんていう遠回しな方法じゃない。魔女が魔法でやってみせた。それを俺に見せるだけの話なんだ。さらにだ。さっきマリアが言ったことが一番墓穴を掘ってる。誰か一人でも信じなかったら、奇跡は起きないってな。真の奇跡は、誰が信じようと信じまいと、勝手に起こる。たとえ俺一人が信じなかったとしてもだ。だからこそ、俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も魔法も、そして魔女も、嘘っぱちだってわけさ。
The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Cannon, and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent.
Beatrice!
よい。久しぶりに愉快な人間に出会えたものよ。
お前、誰だ？
招かれた茶会のホストも知らぬか。よいよい。
こちらのお方は1000年を生きる黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ様にあらせられます。
ご機嫌うるわしゅう、ベアトリーチェ様。
バトラ君の暴言をどうかお許しください。
こいつは頑固です。まだ自分の置かれた状況が分かってなくて。
よいよい。1000年も生きると大抵の魔女は生き飽き、そなたのような気骨ある男も時にはよい。
ベアトリーチェがお姿を現してくれるのはとても光栄なことだよ、バトラー。
こりゃたまげたぜ。
そこまでして俺に魔女が19人目が犯人だと思い込ませてえのかよ。ますますに気に入った。だから全然ダメだぜ。お前はマリアたちが主張する魔女ベアトリーチェの幻影というわけだ。そして全員がその存在を信じることでようやくそういう虚構の存在なんだろう。だから俺にも信じさせたい。俺だけが信じないから存在できない。そうなんだろう。
魔に通じぬ凡夫の分際にしては理解力は悪くない。なるほど。どうやらそなたは生まれながらにして魔力に強い抵抗力を持つらしいな。
Speaking of, real quick, there she is. In the exact slot I said she'd be. Beatrice. Beatrice, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years. She has surpassed the limits of humans and, like demons, will sometimes appear in response to the summons made by humans to offer her power in exchange for a prize. For a price, she likes black tea and ice cream. She hates boredom and people who deny her existence.
我ら魔女の天敵をどう逆さに振るってみせようとも決して我らを信じない。
She also doesn't have any pupils.
だから魔法が及ばない。お前のその態度にもなっ
何を言ってやがるかさっぱりだぜ。わざわざお姿まで表してもらって恐縮だが、俺はお前さんの存在なんてこれっぽっちも信じやしないぜ。確かにこの2日間妙なことは何度か起こった。さっきマリアに言われた通り、俺はそれら全てにトリックの説明がつけられると思っているが、個々に具体的にはまだ挙げられてねえ。だからといって屈するわけじゃない。俺は兄貴たちとは違うぜ。説明できないから魔女の仕業だなんて論法には絶対ならねえぜ。
ますますに気に入ったぞ。お前は屈服させがいがある。お前のような男にこそ我が名を称えさせてみせたいぞ。お前のような男にこそつま先にキスをさせてみたいものよ。
Oh no, she's a freak. But like a real freak.
寝言言いたきゃ好きなだけ言ってろ。 俺はお前なんか否定してやるぜ。すべての出来事、人間とトリックで説明してやる。そこには一辺たりとも、魔女も魔法も入り込む余地はね
え。よい。それでこそ、千年の退屈も紛れるというものよ。ならば聞こう。お前は先ほど、エヴァたちを殺すのに、扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言ったな。人間とトリックでどう殺してみせるのか。
いきなり一番辛いところから切り込んできやがったな。ってことは、このトリックが一番の自信作ってことなんだろ？真犯人さんよ。
Oh. What a transition. With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle, multicolored smoke trailed out of the end. The smoke quickly obscured their surroundings, and they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. Oh, that's a cool effect. The door in front of them slightly opened, but secured by the chain was... That's right. It's the door to the room where Eva and Hideyoshi were killed.
便利じゃねえかよ。
さて、このわずかな隙間からどうして見せるのか、バトラとや
ら。多分あのアイスピックを打ち出せる射出機があるんだ。そいつを使って。
その隙間からは見えぬベッドの上のエヴァをどう狙うのか。そしてバスルームにこもり扉を閉めた秀吉をどう狙うのか。
くそ、隙間はある。何か方法があるはずなんだ。
お前に思いつかぬならわらわがやってみせてもよいぞ。
ほう、魔女様ならどうやって見せるってんだよ。お手並みを拝見してやろうじゃねえか。
バトラ、ベアトリーチェに口の利き方が存在。
よいよい、愉快な男よ。それでこそ屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。
そんなに俺につま先にキスをさせてえかよ。俺がだが見てろ、きっと俺がこのトリックを暴いて逆にてめえを俺のケツにキスさせてやるぜ。
Oh no. Oh, Battler's even more of a freak.
愉快な男よ。覚えておこうぞ、その約束を。弱き魔女は力を得るために悪魔の尻にキスをする。それを超える屈服の誓いはないからな。そこまで言わせたからこそ、わらわはお前を屈服させてみたくなる。
Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right. The golden pipe was her precious magic cane.
さあさあおいでなさいな、子供。我こそ煉獄の案内人。大罪を許せし七つの悔いを持て。
Guided by those magic words which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people. I was going to mention this at the very end, but yes. When we were reading, the epitaphs, or when we were reading the end credits that were scrolling by super quickly, they mentioned Belphegor and Leviathan and so on. All of them are the 7 deadly sins, and we'll go over who died to what and so on and so forth in a little while.
ベルゼブブにアスモデウス。さあさあ、罪を許しなさい。罪人の魂を解放なさい。
うわっ！
The Pyx of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatrice's call. The two stakes of the demons were sucked in through the crack of the door like billiard balls struck by a cue stick. Then, several scattered noises refracted through the wall, making a sound like a woodpecker. At the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood and the falling axe neatly and easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of the two Pyx burying themselves deep into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads.
ど真ん中というところよ。見てみる。
They definitely heard two sounds like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it, since he was on the other side of the door. But those two had died again. And the second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain the last time, with the exact same blood spray as before.
バカ野郎。そんなめちゃくちゃで殺せてたまるかよ。
殺せるとも。このように殺せるとも。
Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall, but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was sitting meekly, but Cannon was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Cannon's chest. Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shannon, and everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher.
カノンはさまつな怒りにとらわれ、わらわの宴を乱そうとした。怒りにとらわれやすいのがお前の大罪よ。清め、吹いてやり直すがいい。
ベアトリーチェ様、どうかお許しください。カノ君は十分に反省したと思います。
よい。わらわは敬う者に寛大である。
ふざけるな！こんな三本芝居で俺がお前の存在を認めると思うなよ。何が1000年を生きた魔女だ。てめえのトリックなんざ1000年じゃねえ。せいぜい100年程度のミステリー界が作ったお約束の累積上にあるだけだ。魔法なんかじゃねえ。断じてねえ。事件の全ては人間とトリックで説明がつく。
我が1000年を人間どもの100年で語るか。よいよい。だからこそわらわはお前を気に入る。
愚かなバトラ
ー。よすんだ、バトラ君。ベアトリーチェ様に逆らっちゃいけない。
Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache, but apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek that Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressing in against her cheek, and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
シャロン！シャロン！しっかり！しっかり！
どうしたってんだよ。くそ、なんなんだこりゃ。この赤いのは。
It expanded rapidly, covering half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce battler finally realized.
頼むバトラ君ベアトリーチェ様を信じてくれ故障だから君が信じないから魔法が解けてしまう
For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again.
シャノンくそやめろシャを恥ずかしめるな
This time the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It spread out and extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of this strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, that redness reached the nearby Jessica as well.
やめろジェシカが何をしたもうやめろ
パトラ魔女なんかにくじけるんじゃね否定しろぶっ消してやれこいつは誰か一人でも否定する限り存在できない経営なんだ
大丈夫かジェシカ兄貴
George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good delicious meat had been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. It was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate.
おお、バトラ、早くベアトリーチェを信じて。じゃないと、みんなの魔法が解けてしまう。
マリア、お前も全身に。
わらわは魔法で全ての死者を蘇らせる。でもお前が信じない限り、それは真の力を持たない。もっともお前ほどの男がこの程度のことで屈服することはあるまい。
パトラ、私たちは身内を疑いたくなかった。現実から目をそらしたから魔女に屈してしまった。でもパトラなら魔女になんか屈しない。
ジェシカ
Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up that it was impossible to tell them apart.
バトラ、泣かないで。ベアトリーチェは死者を何度でも蘇らせてくれるよ。だから悲しくないよ。だから死んでも
The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish battler watched and screamed.
てめえは許さねえ。絶対に許さねえ。何が魔女だ、何が魔法だ。俺は全身全霊をかけてお前を否定してやるぞ。何が何でもてめえを認めるわけにはいかねえ。俺をここまで敵に回しやがった以上、絶対にてめえだけは許さねえ。許さねえ、許さねえ、絶対許さねえ。よくもこの後ろ宮バトラーを敵に回しやがった。何が何でも貴様を否定してやるぞ。どんな不可解だろうと全部人間で説明してやる。てめえをこの世から細胞のひとかけらまで残さず消し去ってやる。
よくぞ言ったぞバトラとやら。それでこそ我が1000年の退屈も紛れるという。さあ説明するがいい。人間とトリックとやらでそして人間の身の程を知るがいい。我が1000年は人間どもが気づいたとかいう100年で太刀打ちできるか試してみるがいい。それでこそお前を屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。さあ聞こう。マリアの手紙は、6人の殺し方は、シャッターは、レシートの封印は、チェーンの密室は、カノンのボイラー室は、源氏たちの客間は、夏日の自殺は、碑文の謎は、隠された黄金のありかは。さあバトラとやら、人間の力を見せてもらおうではないか。
うわ
What a tea party. And of course it ends with an explosion. Just like all the past Higurashi titles. Addition of new elements. Question mark, question mark, question mark has been added. You can find this feature on the title screen. Right, and it's a good thing I did check out Higurashi first. Now I do want to check out that question mark, question mark, question mark. But I'm not sure if we should, or if I should hold off on that. I guess I'll double check. A sec. But in the meantime, let me check one quick thing. I was bringing up the VOD, or not the VOD, but I was rewinding a bit. So we can talk about this real quick, and then yeah, we'll check out the question mark. Oh boy, so there's a lot to cover, which we'll probably cover in the post-chapter discussion some more. But if we look at the 7 that were pierced by one of the by the stakes themselves. One sec. Starting from the first one that got mentioned on the left, Ushiromiya Eva died on the second twilight, pierced through the forehead by the stake of Asmodeus. Now, Asmodeus is... all of these are demons, right? I won't go too much into demonology. That's something you can try to look into. But Asmodeus himself, if I'm remembering... what the fuck was he? Trying to remember what he was. Off the top of my head. I know he was a king. Like a king of demons in The Legend of Solomon. That's what he was, but... anyway. He's a demon of lust. That's what he was. Quote unquote, a demon of lust. Now, again, there's 7 deadly sins. I won't go too much into them, but again, Eva was struck by Asmodeus, who is the demon of lust. Quote unquote. Hideyoshi pierced through the forehead by the stake of Beelzebub. Beelzebub is considered all of these are of the 7 deadly sins. Again, Asmodeus being lust. In this case, Beelzebub is gluttony for some reason. I've mentioned this before, but in modern day, Beelzebub's title is the Lord of the Flies. That's what most people know him as. But there's been records of it being a mistranslation. And instead of him being the Lord of the Flies, he's the Lord of all that flies. So that's why whenever like if you look at Beelzebub in the Key of Solomon, I believe, like that's his depiction. Just double check. No, in the in the Dictionario Infernal, the Infernal Dictionary, he's depicted as a giant fly with like a skull and crossbone on his wings. That's due to a mistranslation from fucking ages ago. But again, he's supposed to be the Lord of all that flies, specifically. Not just flies, because that's kind of fucking weird. Also, why would that be associated? Sorry, why would that be associated with that specific sin of all things? Why would that be associated with gluttony? Anyway, so Hideyoshi, gluttonous. He did have a restaurant. Well, I guess we can go over them a little bit. Yeah, so Eva, again, lust. She was constantly in charge of quote-unquote fixing Rudolph's, like, lustful nature, right? Because he was a horn dog. So I was shocked that she got stabbed by the stake that represents lust. Hideyoshi, he's gluttony, specifically because of, like, I assume his restaurant, either that or his desire to actually want more of the money. Or that would be more like greed, sorry. It might just be because of the restaurant thing. That's why they associated gluttony with him. Next one is Kinzo, the stake of Mammon. Died on the 4th night, forehead gouged by the stake of Mammon. So it wasn't pierced. His forehead was gouged. In this case, Mammon would be greed, as we know. Kinzo is very greedy. He wants Beatrice to come back. Who's next? Kanon died on the 5th twilight, chest gouged by the stake of Satan. This is kind of where, well, Satan would be wrath. So she, even Beatrice mentioned this. You got angry. You disturbed my ceremony. So that's why that specific stake pierced him. Or gouged him. Genji. He died by the stake of Lucifer. Lucifer representing pride. He, of course, was the quote-unquote prideful, the prideful servant. He wanted everything to go according to plan. If anything bad happened, blah, 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 blah. He would like, he was very prideful. We know this, if you've been following along. Next, Nanjo. Knee gouged by the stake of Belphegor, Belphegor being, being Sloth. So, there we have how Nanjo died, of all things. Which is kind of weird. Why would he be... Like, why would that... Like, why was Dr. Nanjo... How was Dr. Nanjo slothful? That I'm not sure. And then the last one, which is the stake of Leviathan, which was Kumasawa. That would be envy. And that one we can understand because, well, Kumasawa is old, she was envious, and so on and so forth. One thing that is kind of weird, again, that, like, specifically with the deadly sense, this is where, like, demonology gets really odd, because you have, like, in this specific, like, list, right, we have Lucifer being pride, and Satan being wrath, even though, depending on the sources that you read, both are the same entity. Where Lucifer and Satan are the same, but for some reason they are separated a lot whenever they're discussed in other like media. Shin Megami Tensei, for example, does this a lot, where Lucifer is usually a figure on the side that tends to sometimes manipulate things or change things a little bit, while Satan is like this huge destructive force, or another form that he takes, which is again, it's weird. It's weird how they handle it, so that's why, like, some of the shit can get confusing. But anyway, let's talk about one last thing, and that is the Tea Party itself. If we go back to it here, I'm not gonna, select it, but well. The first Tea Party was Purgatory, or Purgatorio, as it was referred to, right? Purgatory is specifically a Catholic thing, and that's like the... what was it? Specifically, it's the place before, like, you go to heaven. It's a place, or, well, not a place, it's a state of being before you, quote-unquote, go to heaven. So, you die, and then you are now in Purgatory. There, your soul is cleansed, and once your soul is cleansed, you can then ascend to heaven. That's the general gist of it. So it's just one huge metaphor for Battler not being cleansed of his sins. Battler not, quote unquote, acknowledging the existence of Beatrice, and thus not being able to enter the quote unquote Golden Land, which I assume is still going to be a metaphor for heaven, if not for the afterlife or something along those lines. One last thing I'll mention before we hop into the question mark is regarding something that Beatrice was saying, and that is the magic won't work unless you believe in it, and that is something that is very important in, like, circles in the occult, circles of the occult, is belief and intention. So if you, for some reason, want to cast a spell, right, and you don't really believe in it, then nothing happens. But you're supposed to believe in the magic that you're casting or that you're being exposed to in order to for it to actually have some sort of effect. If not, you're just kind of, shouting words into the aether, if that makes sense. That's something to keep in the back of your head. And the actual last thing I will mention. Do you still think that it was Beatrice? That is something that you, as the reader, or listener in this case, should have in the back of your head. When the chapter was over, you probably thought, oh, of course it's going to be Beatrice. It's got to be Beatrice. But what if it isn't? What if it was someone else? What if there really was a 19th person? These are all questions that you should be asking yourself constantly. as you continue into Chapter 2, I'd assume. Now, I'm still of the belief that Beatrice isn't really real. We might have seen a depiction of her. We saw her sprite. We heard her voice. We've seen the butterflies, right? We've seen what happened to some of the other individuals. So could Beatrice be real? Not really. But we will find out as the story goes on for sure. So for now, let's quickly check out what the question mark is. Welcome to the tea party of those who are not human. And then there's episode 1.
次は何の紅茶を入れようか。古今のありとあらゆる名茶を披露しようぞ。
I knew it.
梅干し紅茶。
I knew it.
梅干しは1パック200円のやつよ。
1000年紅茶をたしなんだが、そのようなものは知らぬ。つくづくこの世は生き飽きぬものよ。
ベアト、そんなにも敵意をむき出しにしなくてもいいの。私は単なる旅の魔女。あなたの領地のルールを犯しに来たつもりはないわ。
Doesn't that voice sound very, 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 very familiar to us? So, I knew of her a little bit before Umineko. This is one of the other characters that I mentioned. We'll learn about who she is in a bit, like her official name. But I had seen a sprite of her before in like fucking ages ago. With like some meme about like Beatrice and her. So she kind of lived in the back of my mind. And now here she is.
敵意などみじんも。伝説の魔女ベルンカステル教に粗相がないか気が気でならぬだけよ。
Yeah, so now we know. So this is Frederica Benkastel. As we learned from Higurashi, the person that was writing all those notes, the person that was writing all those poems, was her.
誤解があるわね。私は無力よ。あなたのような一人を100殺す恐ろしい力を持った魔女の前には全くの無力。
その無力な魔女殿が何人たりとも寄せつけぬ力をお持ちなのだから恐れ入る。かの大魔女ラムダデルタ教を短期にて退けられたのだから。
Lady Lambda Delta.
コンクラベに勝っただけよ。あの子が飽きただけのこと。
ラムダデルタ教はそうは言ってなかったな。過ぎた謙遜はかえって醜くもあるぞ、ベルンカステル教。
あの子が恐ろしい力を持ってる。一人を必ず殺す力。しかしこの世に必ずは存在しない。1をいくら割ろうとも決してゼロにはできぬように、あの子はそれを限りなくゼロに近づけ、限りなく絶対を生み出す力を持つ。あんな恐ろしい魔女と戦うのは二度とごめんよ。
しかしそなたはゼロでない限り必ず成就させる力を持つ。 この世に必ずは存在しないとのたまう今日ご自身が必ずの力をお持ちでおられる。恐ろしい恐ろしい。
一人を無限に殺す力。私はあなたの方が恐ろしいけれども。
強情。そなたから見ればこんなのはさまつな力。褒めても何も出ぬとはまさにこのこと。
世辞は滞在日替わり。私はかけらを渡り退屈から逃れ続ける逃亡の旅人。あなたが面白そうなことを始めたと聞いたからやってきた。あなたが面白くなくなったら勝手に出ていくからご心配なく。
大ベルンカステル教にご降覧いただけ。このベアトリーチェ、強越至極に存じるぞ。してご感想を。
ラムダデルタはとても残酷で恐ろしいけれど理解できる子だった。
Wait.
ラムダデルタはとても残酷で恐ろしいけれど理解できる子だった。
Okay, I misheard her. For some reason, I thought she was referring to herself
ラムダデルタは
as
とても残
Erika.
酷で恐ろしいけれどあなたは一見慈しみがあるけれどもだからあの子よりずっと恐ろしい。
気まぐれなのは我が性。許すがいい。それに気まぐれなる際の目に運命を託すはベルンカステル教も好まれることだったのでは。
私は才を振るときはっきりと出したい目がある。でもあなたにとってはすべての目があなたの手のひらを出ない。そしてどの目であってもあなたの期待を裏切らない。サイコロが何の目を見せようとも必ずあなたは満足する。その意味においてあなたは私をはるかに凌駕する。あなたとだけは戦いたくないわ。あなたの中にはゼロしかない。だから私の力ではあなたから勝機を得られない。最悪な相性よ。ラムダデルタなら逆に相性がいいのかしら。あなたの無限を殺せるでしょうから。
やはり紅茶を飲むなら魔女とに限る。退屈しない。
ならよかったわ。退屈は私を殺す唯一の毒なの。だから私を殺さないでね。無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ卿。
それがお望みならこのベアトリーチェさらに楽しませてお見せしましょう。ならすぐにでも次のチェス盤をお持ちした方がよろしいか。そなたにはどうも紅茶よりも次なる物語の方がおかわり。しばし待たれよ。
あなたも厄介なのに好かれたようね。力を貸してあげたいのは山々だけれど聞いての通りあの子の力と私の力では相性が悪いの。おあいにくね。でもさすがに気の毒だから少しだけ力を貸してあげるわ。 まずあの子のこと、ベアトリーチェという名の存在を持っているけれども、だからといってそれは一個体の女性とは限らない。意味がわかる？つまりあれは人間の誰かじゃない、この世界のルールが擬人化した存在だということ。
いや、
あの子を倒すにはこの世界のルールを暴き、それを解きほぐさなければならない。それは例えるなら、ルールを知らないチェスを観戦しながら学んでいくようなもの。まずはチェス盤を見渡しなさい。そして駒の動きと役割に気づきなさい。そしてあの子のゲームの勝利条件を探りなさい。それらが暴けた時、そこにあの子の心臓がさらけ出される。あとは引き裂くも握りつぶすも思いのまま。私も気前がいいわね。かつて人の身だった頃、私はたったこれだけのことを気づくのに100年をかけたのに。これはベアトに囚われた哀れなあなたへのささやかな選別。さながら一本のスプーン。スプーンはスープを飲むのに使うだけじゃない。あなたを閉じ込める赤牢を掘り抜き、もちろん永遠の赤牢の中で水のようなスープを延々とすすり続けるのにも使えるだろうけど、勘違いしないでほしいのは、私はあなたの味方のつもりはないということ。あなたに感情移入はするけれど、あなたの手助けはしない。あなたがテレビの前でその向こうの人物にいくらエールを送っても届かないのに似てるわ。だから私が魔女だってわかるでしょ。私はベアトがこれから紡ぐ無限の物語を飽きるまで楽しむつもり。でもきっとそれじゃ飽きちゃうから、だから私が飽きないために、私は世界で一番残酷な魔女なの。どんな相手でも絶対に屈服させる。無限の魔女ベアトリーチェであってもね。お前は私の駒よ。せいぜい頑張りなさい。あの子の目を盗んで時折助言を与えるわ。私を退屈させないでね。
There's still more? Holy fuck, dude. I'll have to look at that chessboard again later. Holy shit, it even changed. Tipu. Okay. So, let's go through all these one last time. And then we'll go from there. We'll probably get ready to call it here. Before we do look through these one more time, I was going to say that I was gonna save this until the post-chapter discussion, but there was a very clear hint in Chapter 1 to let you know that Beatrice wasn't a single entity. And I was going to hold off on it, and I was going to mention that later, but Urika mentioned it. So, unfortunately, now I have to talk about it a little bit. I'll talk about it more later. But I did not think that if Beatrice was real, that she would be a singular witch. And this is a common theme throughout Ryukishi's writing. It's the same thing with Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama in Higurashi was not a single entity. The individual committing the murders on the night of the Watanagashi was a human. It was humans. There was no single Oyashiro-sama. But there were many versions of Oyashiro-sama, quote-unquote. The same thing can be said about Beatrice. I'll leave it at that for now. But that's where my line of thought was going. So let's read through these tips, and then we'll get ready to call it here for today, because we've been going for almost 6 hours. My god. I was intending this to be like a 2-hour stream, but I was like, well, we're getting close to the end, probably. I should keep going. The Portrait Epitaph. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look to the shore that two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight at the journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasure, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost, and one shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Welcome to Rokenjima, members of the Ushiromiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family employed by Kinzo himself. I have served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but on this day, Kinzo has announced the final suspension of that contract. Therefore, I ask that you acknowledge my resignation from the position of the family alchemist from this day forth. And now there is one part of the contract that must be explained to all present. I, Beatrice, lent Kinzo a vast quantity of gold under certain terms. One of these terms specifies that all of the gold is to be returned to me upon the termination of the contract. Furthermore, I am to receive everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. After hearing this, you may feel as though Kinzo has been savagely ruthless. However, Kinzo did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If, and only if, that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity. The special clause itself. Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulate an interest upon the termination of the contract. However, someone that is able to discover the hidden gold in the contract, Beatrice must abandon the rights for all time. The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of this special clause, I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected. Furthermore, as the first step in this collection of Kinzo's debt, I have taken possession of the Ushiromiya family head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Ushiromiya family headship from one individual to another. I ask that you confirm this for yourself by examining the imprint on the wax seal. Kinzo has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Signed, Beatrice the Golden. Or Beato. Praise my name. Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo's epitaph? As you're all probably aware, you have very little time remaining. Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes. This game can only end with my victory or yours. When time runs out, I will win by default. There will be no ties. Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation. The game record. Ushiromiya Klaus died on the first twilight, chosen by the key. Ushiromiya Rudolfu died on the first twilight, chosen by the key. Ushiromiya Kirie died on the first twilight, chosen by the key. Ushiromiya Rosa died on the first twilight, chosen by the key. Servant Shannon died on the first twilight, chosen by the key. Servant Golda died on the first twilight, chosen by the key. Ushiromiya Eva died on the second twilight, pierced through the forehead by the stake of Asmodeus. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi died on the second twilight, pierced through the forehead by the stake of Beelzebub. Ushiromiya Kinzo died on the fourth twilight, forehead gouged by the stake of Mammon. Servant Kanon died on the fifth twilight, gouged by the stake of Satan. Servant Genji died on the sixth twilight, stomach gouged by the stake of Lucifer. Attending physician Nanjo died on the seventh twilight, knee gouged by the stake of Belphegor. Servant Kumasawa died on the eighth twilight, leg gouged by the stake of Leviathan. The witch Beatrice, revived on the ninth night, finally opens the doors to the Golden Land. Ushiromiya Natsuhi died on the ninth twilight. The witch praised her nobility and granted her the honor of a duel. Ushiromiya George, missing on the 10th twilight. After he acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Ushiromiya Jessica, missing on the 10th twilight. After she acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated herself, the witch invited her to the Golden Land. Ushiromiya Maria, missing on the 10th twilight. After she acknowledged the existence of the witch and prostrated herself, the witch invited her to the Golden Land. Ushiromiya Battler, missing on the 10th twilight. Will the witch invite this man, who denied her existence, to the Golden Land? Winchester M1894 Sawed-Off. A sawed-off custom version of a rifle manufactured during the golden age of Winchesters. This special model more than makes up for its shorter lethal range by its portability and old-time cool factor. It can even be fired as quickly as a pistol if one works the lever action skillfully enough. Furthermore, any true lover of old Western dramas can't help but be attracted to the one-handle reload made possible by its characteristic lever handle. To match with Kinzo's personal preferences, it was made to handle 45 long Colt bullets. It holds 4 + 1 rounds. 1 in the chamber, 4, I assume, in the actual, what the fuck was it called? The magazine. The 7 Stakes of Purgatory. Stakes containing the 7 magics that represent the 7 deadly sins. In according with their users' orders, they bury themselves into the desired location of the desired target with perfect accuracy. Because they flit about at ultra-high speeds and change their trajectories at will by bouncing off of walls and the like, they have no blind spots, and will hit their targets without fail, no matter what form of cover they might be hiding behind. Furthermore, It is possible to change the force they hit with depending on the part of the body at which they strike. They are extremely powerful weapons, but they cannot target pure people who have not committed one of the 7 deadly sins, or people who have a strong resistance to magical powers. And these are all the tips from before they died. So here's where you can kind of see what she was going to be staked by. She possesses a strong sense of responsibility and a great deal of pride. Let's see if hers is a little different. Nope. Black tea and ice cream, though. That's still really funny. Just going over them one last time. And finally, Kumasawa. Let's see what execute says here. I see. If you kill them. And we can bring her back. That's crazy. Alright. Well, looks like that's it for now. So let's get ready to swap on over to the ending screen. Oh boy. What a chapter. What a good episode. It's the start of a brand new series in our, well, current playthroughs of the 07th expansion catalog, where we've gone through all of Higurashi for the most part. There's a few things that we're missing still from Higurashi, mainly some side stuff. And those side stories we will cover later. I did want to get through at least the questions arc of Umineko before we start any of the other ones. I really want to cover the Hinamizawa bus stop one, though. Like, I'm really excited for that one. Final thoughts on Chapter 1. It was a little lackluster, in my opinion. Onikakshi, I think, had better build-up, and the way it was executed was a little better. I might only be saying this because I've read Ryukishi stuff before, so I could kind of quote-unquote see everything coming. But I think what probably upset me the most is literally what they discussed during the tea party. I can't believe we didn't look at the epitaph at all or realize what was going on until it was too late. And I can understand why. I get it. Right? When a person, like, imagine if you were in their situation. You would probably be too traumatized or scared or distracted by what the fuck just happened to think about the epitaph, to think about what was going on, the riddle, everything, and maybe piece 2 and 2 together. With Higurashi, the cast is much smaller. It's what, like 6 people? It's Keiichi and his friends. 5 people. In Onikakshi, it's just them, for the most part. And when Keiichi starts to kind of lose it, he can't really rely on other people, right? In Umineko, everyone's losing it almost at like the same time. Like, everyone's going crazy a little bit. Like, everyone's yelling, everyone's doubting each other, and so on and so forth. That they really don't have the time to think about it, and they're thinking about other stuff. like, Battler, when he mentioned, like he said, I let it all out when I saw my parents die. So he cried and he let everything out then. Meanwhile, you have the other characters who are a lot more emotional. So when their beloveds died, they were losing their shit, and they were probably thinking about all of that. How, like, about their deaths, how it made them sad, and so on and so forth, while Battler the entire time was thinking about how it could have even happened. Right? So that's something to... That's like the main thing that kind of got me. Where, unlike Onikakshi, the first chapter of Umineko seemed a little lackluster, mainly because of that. The whole... them not really realizing what the fuck's going on. Them not realizing 6 people dying, and if they go back to the epitaph, if they go back to the letter, 6 people were gonna die anyways. You know what I mean? So, it's a little crazy that that's what happened. Like, it genuinely shocked me, where I was like, no fucking way are they really just... did they just have this epiphany? That this shit's actually tied to, like, the fucking epitaph? How have they not pieced this together? I assume that they were, like, just all freaking out, but they were still thinking about it. But it wasn't until Battler fucking read the epitaph that he's like, oh shit, you know? So it made me think that the characters were much stupider than I gave them credit for. Is that a bad thing? Not really. But again, if you had read other Ryukishi stuff, I can assume, or I can imagine, how Umineko had a lot of red herrings, a lot of things here and there. I'll talk about all this stuff during the post-chapter discussion. And I'll go, like, super into it, more than likely, depending on, like, how Billy and I go about it. I'll, of course, mention it whenever we do another stream, when it's going to officially be. I'm going to assume it's going to be next week, maybe. Make no promises, because we need to do that before we even start Chapter 2, no matter what. Because once I start Chapter 2, then whatever thoughts I have now will be clouded by it. So, well, that's Chapter 1. We'll see where Chapter 2 takes us next time, as we continue with more Umineko no Nakokoro ni.